Well, welcome everyone to RESCON Housing Summit 5.0. My name is Mike Moffatt. I'm the founding director of the Missing Middle Initiative. And the theme of today is embracing transformation, building homes faster. So before we begin, I think there's some housekeeping information we should go through. Um, First of all, we will be recording this, so please note the summit is being recorded. You'll be able to access the recording on the RESCON website, and we'll also provide a direct link to it in the post-event summary. So number two, the post-event summary. In the post-event summary, you will find valuable resources, including speaker information for your reference, key takeaways and highlights from the session, and any resources or reports that our speakers may refer to during the webinar. Make sure to link to that. Next, Q&A interaction. We value your engagement and questions. So we have the Q&A function active. So please use it to submit your questions. To streamline the process, we kindly ask you to direct your questions to the relevant session that's currently live. That way we can ensure timely responses and enrich our discussions. Now, some of those sessions may not have time for Q&A, but we'll do our best to direct or answer these questions. And the next is number 4, to stay comfortable. With a packed agenda featuring multiple simultaneous sessions, we encourage you to remember to stretch your legs occasionally. Your comfort and well-being are important to us, so take short breaks as needed. So opening remarks, we have Richard, and I was told that I actually don't need to introduce Richard because you all know who he is. Richard's obviously an accomplished and experienced executive who has represented the residential construction industry in Ontario since 1991, and I'm not going to say anything else. The floor is yours, Richard.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everybody. Very much appreciate you being here virtually for what we know will be an informative, interesting, and frank discussion on the challenges facing homebuyers, home builders, and many others in the housing sector. We are grateful to our sponsors, especially as well, who help make this possible, and that's Lyall Local 183, Enbridge, the Federation of Rental Housing Providers, the Toronto Regional Real Estate Board, and EBS Global. Your contributions are most appreciated. Of course, I'm also pleased to welcome our presenters who bring to this Housing Summit incredible expertise, experience, and an unparalleled understanding of what is happening in this province and country as the housing crisis continues to advance and in many instances worsens. We at RESCON started this Housing Summit 5 years ago to track change. Many of the things that impacted housing 5 years ago are enduring and remain unresolved. At its core, our discussions today are about the nature of the housing crisis, what has happened and is happening in real time that has brought us to where we are today, and perhaps more importantly than all, what are the solutions that we need to implement? It is of absolute importance that we recognize that having a safe, secure, and affordable place to live is the foundation upon which other success in life is based. It's the core of well-being. It's hard to be a good employee, an attentive student, or a fully participating member of the community if you don't have a decent place to live or have one at all. We will hear many statistics today and very important narratives about the nature of the crisis we are facing. However, it is critical to remember that beyond the statistics and above the compelling narratives and outside of the ongoing missives is the most important part of all, and that's people. We're talking about young people who are losing the hope that they will ever be able to afford a home. We're talking about people who are increasingly unable to afford to live in the municipalities where they work. And we're talking about people who shouldn't have to decide between eating and paying the rent or their mortgage. RESCON is, among other things, a major and crucial voice of advocacy, but not the only one. We engage with our members, governments, other associations, unions, and a wide variety of stakeholders, including groups like More Neighbours Toronto, More Neighbours Calgary, Housing Now TO, and Habitat for Humanity. We know many of the problems we speak about today have received attention from decision makers: exorbitant taxes, fees, and levies, slow approvals processes, unnecessary and enduring outdated regulatory protocols, inconsistent municipal regulations, ever-increasing building costs, and a host of other issues continue to plague supply. If we are to realize meaningful ways forward in dealing with the housing crisis, these issues must finally be effectively addressed, and they can be. There's a positive note here. compared to the last major correction in housing, there are certain things in play today that didn't exist then. We didn't have those exorbitant taxes. We didn't have the red tape we have today back then. And so these things can be fixed. In the words of our presenters today, of course, lie solutions to many of these issues in detail. And it's important that we have the resolve to bring about these changes finally. Finally, I would like to thank the RESCON team. You know, it's too many to note here, but we've got a great team of people, and they make all this work. And so let's begin our summit and present to you some of the most important voices in the housing ecosystem. Rarely do we get an opportunity such as this. We're going to be doing it again, so any feedback is most welcome. And I'll now hand it off to Ontario's Premier Doug Ford for a welcoming message. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the 5th Annual RESCON Annual Housing Summit. Thank you for coming together to support our efforts to build more homes faster so we can keep the dream of home ownership alive in Ontario. Our government wants to work with you to find real solutions, including cutting red tape, lowering fees and taxes, and speeding up approvals at all levels of government. I promise that we will continue working with you to get this done. Events like this are so important because they bring together industry leaders, government, and experts to find these real solutions. Thank you for taking the time to come together and tackle these challenges. Wishing you a productive summit, all the very best, and God bless.
So thank you, Richard, and thank you, Premier. So we're going to jump right into this, and this is going to be a fun one because I get to be both the MC and, for once, I get to be the interviewer and not the interviewee. So first session is Navigating a Disruptive World, Opportunities and Challenges. So it's a fireside chat between myself and Ted Tsiakopoulos, who's a senior economist at CMHC with decades of experience analyzing real estate and financial markets. He's a dynamic speaker, published author. Ted has led national housing policy projects and previously served as CMHC's chief regional economist, where his team achieved top forecasting accuracy. His insights have been featured in major media outlets, including CTV, CBC, and BNN, and he's delivered presentations to key industry organizations across Canada. Ted is passionate about financial literacy. Ted has chaired national committees, consulted for junior achievement, and taught housing economics at TMU. He's co-authored the best-selling book, Property Trendsetters, and I'm going to ask him about that in a moment, and currently serves on the board of the Toronto Association for Business and Economics. He holds a master's degree in economics from York University and has studied at the London School of Economics. So Ted, first question, I've done a lot in my career. The one thing I have never done is written a book. So what inspired you to co-author this best-selling book?
Well, thank you for the introduction, Mike and RESCON, and thank you for the invite. Believe it or not, it was a night at the dinner table with my parents in the 1970s, which kind of transformed my life forever. When my mother actually pulled out a dinner napkin, and the dinner napkin is actually featured in the book. And this napkin had numbers on it, and she demonstrated with stress in her eyes how she ensured there was enough money coming in to pay the expenses and the cash going out. It was a real blunt message to a young Ted that, you know, you need to live within your means. So I wanted to pass on some strategies strategies to future generations that work for me. And, you know, really it's about setting the next generation up for success, whether they're buying or whether they're renting a home. So that was a big deal for me growing up. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. And what I really enjoy about the book is how forward-looking it is, and how much you're kind of looking to the future. That I find a lot of housing analysts, myself included, are constantly kind of focused on, okay, what are the issues right now? What do we have to deal with right now? And where are we? And what should we be doing? And the need for that. But you summarize in the book the disruptions that you see coming in the future, and how you expect them to be transmitted their way through the housing market, both the short and longer term. So can you walk us through these future disruptions, many of which don't necessarily seem to be housing related, but how are they going to impact the housing market in both the short and long term?
Yeah, first and foremost, I mean, the chapter was written for a consumer audience. However, there are real implications for the housing industry, for industry stakeholders, for policymakers. What, initially what shaped my thinking on these disruptions was history. I thought that history could be an important guide in helping us understand the uncertain decade we were heading in back in 2020 when the book was published. As you know, history doesn't always repeat itself the same way, but it sometimes rhymes. We've heard that term used. I don't know if I can share my screen, Mike.
Should be able to.
I'm not.
Can we get Ted that ability here?
Here we go.
There
Okay.
you go. Okay.
So, okay. I'm not sure if you can see that, but let me just go down here. Yeah. So for me, we can look back at history and it could tell us a bit of what we can expect moving forward. For me, this interwar period between 1915 and 1945, demonstrated that you can't fix the economic challenges of the day, which at the time was the Great Depression. Can't fix those challenges by levying tariffs on your neighbors. It just doesn't work. What actually happened back then was it actually amplified the downturn in the global economy. So that certainly didn't work. We also learned that supply chain disruptions in the 1970s, well, they can be both inflationary and recessionary. So we can't completely rule out the possibility of a stagflationary environment currently, that we could potentially see that. Is the gold market telling us something as it did in the 1970s? Possibly. Gold price is hitting all-time records right now. So we also learned from Japan's experience that during periods of economic uncertainty, people will save more and spend less. We're already seeing that in China. And could this proliferate to other advanced economies around the world? Certainly, surveys that I've seen from the Canada Pension Plan, Canadians of all ages are really concerned about, will they have enough money to retire? Will the Social Security safety net in Canada be sustained, given rising dependency ratios? So it'll be interesting to see. Finally, we're in this fourth industrial revolution, Michael, and this is the digital revolution. And we know that the three revolutions that came prior had some common characteristics that we'll touch on a little bit later. So in a nutshell, short to medium term, disruptions that are cited in the book in the short to medium term will be inflationary. So whether it's tight labor markets because of the aging demographics, a fragmented trading world, this sort of deglobalization, these are factors that are likely going to keep inflation and interest rates sticky on the way down, and we could see some bumps up. So it's going to be a real challenging environment in the short to medium term, but longer term, some of these disruptions like aging demographics and AI and digitization could actually push inflation and interest rates a lot lower. We could be seeing deflation at the back end of this decade. So in summary, that's really what these disruptions were kind of getting at. And people will say, well, Ted, come on, hold on one sec here. What other evidence do we have that some of these disruptions in the immediate term could be inflationary? Well, look what happened in 2022. And this story hasn't really gotten enough ink. We all talk about a yield curve that's inverting or not and so forth, but few people are talking about what happened in 2022. This wasn't just a cyclical move up in interest rates to fight inflation. You could see here the 10-year US Treasury yield broke this downtrend that was in place for over 3 decades. That's a big deal. That's a structural break. That's the bond market telling us that, hey, I smell some issues, some mega trends here that could keep inflation elevated. I smell a more disrupted world politically and commercially via trade wars. And, I'm not so sure I have faith in the US dollar as I have in the past. So this is really an interesting story. And and so, I'll just stop there, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot to chew on here. And I think the U.S. dollar story is particularly interesting, and there's a lot of factors there that we've seen. Questions of Fed independence and a variety of different issues. But one of the things that we are seeing around the world is an increase in debt. And that could be household debt. Obviously, U.S. is running very large budget deficits. I've been reading stories in France with their deficits, and that's causing 10-year yields in France to go up relative to Germany. So now we've got this, with this kind of mega trend of increasing debt. Where is that going, and why is it so important for countries, either at the household level or the government level, to start, coming with some kind of long-term sustainable plan to bend the curve when it comes to debt?
Yeah, so that is one of these other big disruptions. I would argue we don't only have an affordability crisis stoked by a lack of home building. We also have a financial awareness crisis and challenge. Part of the solutions to solving the affordability crisis, I think, is really solving the financial awareness challenges at both a household and government sector level. Uh, why? Why is this so important? Well, because we know that credit imbalances cause housing imbalances and not the other way around. You go back to the great financial crisis, what did we learn about credit imbalances, about easy credit? You go back to the European debt crisis. We weren't talking about households there, we were talking about governments, but again, there was this excess amount of debt that was being undertaken. And again, the focus wasn't just on the debtor, but the lender was also in the spotlight there, right? Of offering cheap credit, and countries were taking it, right? And we had a sniff of this during the 2015-2017 housing experience in Toronto and Vancouver, where we know that households were engaging in bidding wars. We ran some surveys that found those households that were engaging in bidding wars reported that they had no plan, no budget, and they got emotionally hijacked. They got emotionally hijacked in the process. So yes, Canadians do score relatively well on financial literacy against their global counterparts, but there are still some pockets of concern. One notable one for me is that less than half of Canadians actually have a formal budget that they track, that they monitor. That's uh, pretty alarming in my mind. So a budget is a plan. So when a credit shock hits, we know how to manage it. So if I'm a household and credit becomes ultra cheap, if I have a plan and I understand what I can, what I can bite off, what I can't, what can I afford, that budget kind of keeps me kind of in check, I think. And the research is very clear, Mike. The academic literature suggests that 90% of those who have a budget stay within budget and engage less in impulsive behavior. So they're able to distinguish between needs and wants. So younger households you need to build good financial habits early in life. In the book, I argue the education system has a role to play, but conversations around the dinner table with our kids is critical. It was critical for me. It shaped my outlook, and I think this is very critical that we continue to do these things. So at a government level, I'll just say this very quickly. The same rules apply, right? If we're advocating for balancing your budget, we should be advocating the same at a government level. And I've always been a fan of counter-cyclical fiscal policy. So in good economic times, you don't spend as much as a government. So you sock away some savings so that in bad economic times, you don't have to rely on accommodating monetary policy to smooth the business cycle or to deal with the shock. You can actually go to your fiscal levers and use that to smooth out the business cycle. Why would you want to do that? Because we know that there are fewer side effects from fiscal stimulus versus monetary policy stimulus. There's a lot of side effects, and we've lived through those through the pandemic when credit becomes ultra cheap. So I think there's a lesson learned there for governments as there is for private households.
So speaking of government or governments, since the kind of end of World War II, we've gone through this kind of period of increasing globalization. So we get out of World War II, we have kind of Bretton Woods, WTO, that leads to, eventually trade deals like NAFTA and the U.S. free trade agreements, the development of the EU. But in the recent decades, that's broken. We saw Brexit. We've seen the election of Donald Trump twice, and in the earlier period, obviously there were opponents to globalization. You think of Ross Perot in 1992, but overall, it seemed like the arc of history was bending towards globalization. But in the last 10 years, it's 5 to 10 years, it's starting to move in the other direction. We're starting to see deglobalization. So as far as that mega trend goes, what do you see as the opportunities and challenges for the new construction market when it comes to this trend towards deglobalization?
Yeah, and I'll switch to this slide. You actually summarized history very well, so I'm not going to do it. And you can see, Mike, what you just said. So this is what we're measuring on the vertical axis is trade as a share of GDP and the ups and downs over history. And you can see here that trade as a share of GDP in the last decade has drifted lower. So the global economy has become more fragmented with respect to trade, more protectionism. For those who believe that protectionism began with the Trump administration, need only look at this chart. So the seeds of deglobalization were sown over a decade ago. Both the U.S. and China, have demonstrated the need to become more self-sufficient. So whether it's the production of energy, Shell Oil in the U.S. case, or being self-sufficient in high-tech manufacturing, those were two big developments in the last decade that kind of suggested to me that the world is slowly moving away from this free global trade that we enjoyed for decades. And of course, DeepSeek, competing on the ChatGPT front in 2025, entering that market, no surprise, that was very much in line with the China 2025 plan that was announced back over a decade ago. So the wheels of deglobalization were in motion well before the current U.S. administration came into place. These historical events suggest that these trade frictions will persist, and that means, in my mind, inflation is going to remain quite sticky on the way down. Again, what does it mean for industry? Well, we often talk about consumers, right? Well, this means if inflation stays elevated, mortgage rates will stay elevated. That's not good for housing affordability. But we've often forget that builders and developers also apply for construction financing. It impacts them just as much. And one of the research pieces we completed recently with the University of Waterloo, we did some pro forma analysis, and we found, and this isn't surprising, that the pro forma is highly sensitive to a number of factors. Number one, the cost of capital. So if that isn't favorable, builders will not build, right? And so this is the one thing that I think is going to be this trade disruption is likely going to keep the cost of capital elevated. We also know that building materials are not always sourced locally, and we need to import some materials. And this is particularly true for Ontario. Ontario builders have difficulty sourcing all of their building materials locally. So things such as, concrete, steel, aluminum, doors, windows, plumbing fixtures, plastics. These are all items that are critical to the production process. And, our initial worst case scenario was that we could see construction costs move up between 3 to 6% across the country, depending on the region. Thankfully, since April, those pressures have somewhat alleviated. Tariffs have been pulled back a bit, so that's certainly good news. But ultimately, I think that nobody knows. You could have a written agreement in place there's very little certainty in this kind of environment moving forward. And I think that the opportunity, another opportunity is, we just need to find a new business model in Canada. So whether it's diversifying our trade, just even within the country, knocking down interprovincial trade barriers. I know we'll have a deeper discussion on this in a bit, but I think there's opportunities there. There's obviously opportunities to integrate our economy with Europe a little more, with other parts of the world. We've got a transatlantic free trade agreement with Europe, but only a few companies have taken advantage of that free trade agreement. The trade flows between Canada and Europe should be a lot higher. But we put all our eggs in one basket, and so I think that's certainly a big thing moving forward. And I'll stop there. Yeah.
That's good. So we've got about 3 to 4 minutes left, so we'll kind of speed run through some questions. So we saw the Prime Minister recently announce Build Canada Homes, which has a big focus on innovation. So in your view, how should the construction industry embrace more innovative ways of building homes given the digital world we live in? And what do you see as the opportunities and what's getting in the way?
So I think Canadian industries definitely can embrace technology a bit more. If you look at research and development as a share of GDP, it's lagging OECD averages, so that's a concern. The construction sector share of the overall economy has grown over the past decade. However, when you look at investment in machinery and equipment, that's gone the other way. That's gone south. And so this means building homes is still very much a labor-intensive process. When you look at construction productivity versus the rest of the economy, some interesting numbers here, right? Output per hour in 2024, 8% below what it was in 2000, right? Since the pandemic broke out, our productivity rate in the construction sector has been negative. So things are moving in the wrong direction here. Part of the problem is that we've got a very fragmented building industry, smaller players, right? And that's really discouraged capital spending. It's a fragmented industry. In fact, construction sector productivity is only 70% of what it is for other sectors across the Canadian economy. The industry is fragmented, but let me tell you one thing here. The problem is also exogenous. So the work from Glacier and Gurkol, they did some great work looking at the relationship between land use regulations and capital investment productivity. What they found was exclusionary zoning, restricting density actually restricts firms from growing, from scaling, right? From investing in capital. So there's some structural issues here that certainly are getting in the way. The other big thing is we've got heterogeneous zoning bylaws and building codes, especially in adjacent communities. So how in the world do you expect builders to scale when you've got all these different building requirements, zoning bylaws, in and around communities that you wanna serve, right? And so we need to harmonize that. That's certainly getting in the way. So we need to break down structural barriers. And by the way, the Housing Accelerator Fund that was launched by the government, that's its main purpose. Its main purpose is to reduce land use, enable more density, get rid of exclusionary zoning, get rid of long planning approval times, and try to harmonize things so that builders can scale, can grow, can invest, and this hopefully will lead to more higher productivity across the sector. One last thing: prefab housing, BCH. You've heard a lot about that. They are going to be using and more advanced building techniques. Prefab housing works. It works if the conditions enable it to work. I mean, we're looking at prefab versus construction, traditional construction. We were looking at savings anywhere between 20 to 40% on material and time to final delivery. What prefab construction is lacking is the financing. The financing is quite unique. And so we need to kind of work through that process to ensure that there's enough capital up front to support the initial investments that are required. But it's not just capital, materials, it's also labor. We need skilled labor in this country, right? Especially in the sort of prefab model. We need, as Professor Skudurskis at the University of Waterloo has suggested, we need to change our immigration system so it's supply oriented. Go back to what skills do we need to serve the Canadian economy best, right? And so it has to be more of a supply driven model. So it's not just about physical capital that we need, we also need human capital, especially more skilled trades to enable a lot of the scaling that we talk about. So I'll stop there. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic, Ted. And unfortunately, we have run out of time. There was one more question I was going to ask Ted, which was about how digitization and demographic changes, particularly aging, are going to put disinflationary pressures on the economy and could put downward pressure on interest rates. But since I don't have time to ask him, all I'm going to say is go out and buy his book, because the answer's in there. So hopefully, Ted, this lack of time will at least help you sell a few more copies. So thank you so much. I found that incredibly informative. And again, as somebody who spends all this time looking at the here and now, I think it's particularly helpful when we're able to take these longer term views. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So our next session is a political update. So we have two guests here. The first is Nadia Todorova, who is the Executive Director of the Residential and Civil Construction Alliance of Ontario. She's a public affairs leader in Ontario's infrastructure and construction industry, combining strategic vision and timely government relations informed by frontline realities. Nadia has modernized policy advocacy and development for industry to advance Ontario's critical infrastructure across the province. Earlier in her career, Nadia honed her skills in policy development with the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and the Ontario Road Builders Association, and as an economist with the Ontario Ministry of Infrastructure. And I have to say, I'm just loving the fact that we have so many economists on here. It makes me happy for taking over. Throughout her career, Nadia has offered decision makers and the public policy ecosystem with the critical information and analysis necessary to benefit all stakeholders by authoring reports and leading with informed advocacy. Nadia is an alumna of the University of Toronto, having completed both her Honors Bachelor of Arts and her Master's of Arts degrees at the university. And our second guest is Dan Mader, who is a founding partner at Loyalist Public Affairs, bringing deep expertise in policy, communications, and strategy. Prior to Loyalist, he served as Senior Vice President at National Public Relations and held senior roles in the Government of Canada across departments, including Environment, Transport, and Defense Procurement. Dan has led key Conservative Party campaign efforts at both the federal and provincial levels, including platform development and communication strategy. With a background in technology and management consulting, he holds an MBA from the University of Toronto's Rotman School and a BMath in computer science at the University of Waterloo. Dan is also active in community organizations and public affairs networks. So thank you to you both.
Good to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike. Hi, Dan. Great to see you again. I'm really looking forward to the conversation that we're going to be having and also your presentation. Again, politics is so central to everything that we do, especially when it comes to infrastructure and housing policy. And I know that you are quite the expert on this file. So without further ado, I will just turn it over to you and you can walk us through your presentation and then we'll have a conversation. And if there's any questions from the audience, we'll be happy to take those as well. So Dan, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good to be here, everyone. Just trying to put this up. Okay. I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about politics and then try to allow a lot of time for questions, because that's really where we get into, I find, the interesting discussions. Economic overview, I think you just had that. So you're all well aware of the economic situation and where we stand at the macro level. New, continuation of a Liberal government, but a new prime minister secured a very strong minority government, but still just a few seats short of a majority. So dependent on a at least one other party or a handful of MPs from another party voting with them on important bills to get things passed. The House of Commons is back for the fall session. We've got a budget coming up that'll be vitally important. In a few weeks, Build Canada Homes was launched. I'm going to get to that and dig into that a little bit and some of the politics around it. And, the provincial level, a lot of stuff happening across the province in terms of Ontario, where we're sitting and we're a lot of sort of the epicenter, I think, of the housing crisis in Canada. Doug Ford, re-elected in February, very strong majority, keeps talking about how housing is the top priority. So let's talk a little bit and dig into that a bit in Ontario. Third straight majority government for the PCs. People have been, in general, happy with the direction of the government, feel that, the premier is not overwhelmingly popular when people ask, when people poll on this, but continues to win. And I would say by giving people confidence that he has their interests at heart, that he's going to take care of things. And frankly, a lack of confidence in the opposition parties. You saw that in the last election, where really the NDP and the Liberals spent a lot of time battling each other. Neither one of them could really break out and position themselves as the alternative. So you had the Liberals clawed their way back to official party status, but still only with slightly more than a handful of seats, and have decided to switch up their leader. Martin Stiles' New Democrats remained as the official opposition. She won the support of her party this past weekend and is now shaking up her office and her team to try to find a way to combat Doug Ford's ongoing sort of popularity, while the Ontario Liberals launch into a leadership race in an attempt to rebuild and really put past them, I think, the ongoing unpopularity that they have suffered. We tend to vote out governments in Canada more than vote them in, and we tend to get sick of them after a while. The Liberals in Ontario managed to pull off a successful switch. Dalton McGuinty was premier. People started to become unhappy with him. He'd sort of worn out his welcome. They swapped in Kathleen Wynne. She managed to win another election, win a majority, and get another 4 years. But by the end of that, her popularity was extremely low. And I think the Liberals have continued to suffer from that. It's an interesting thing to think about when we think about what's happened at the federal level, where the Liberals have swapped out leaders, managed to win an election, have a popular leader. Eventually, when they wear out, when Mark Carney wears out his welcome, as all politicians in this country eventually do, will they suffer in the same way from having been in power so long? Interesting to see. The federal opposition in Ontario, the New Democrats, very sort of big government statist approach to housing. More and tougher rent control, making it harder to evict people, but trying to make it easier to build more density. Reform to zoning, reform to permissions to make it easier for people to build and densify our cities, but a balance of things. Key folks, key players in the Ontario space. Rob Flack, I'm sure, obviously, most important these days, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Minister Surma on infrastructure, Piccini on labor, Todd McCarthy at environment. Federally, where we're at, as I said, new prime minister, won a minority mandate, went very quickly to ask for that, ended up gaining seats, which was a massive turnaround from where politics stood last fall, where it looked like the Liberals were on their way out and we would have a big majority Conservative government. The prime minister is in a hurry to do things. I was meeting with the deputy minister in Ottawa this morning, and I can tell you deputy ministers and ministers and other senior officials are feeling a lot of pressure from the prime minister to get things done. I think it's a couple of things. With a minority government, he remains quite popular. I think that there is some thinking in the Liberal Party. Maybe we govern for a year, show we've got a few things done, call it snap election, try to get a majority and get that stability. I think the prime minister also, when you look at his background, he's a business guy, a banker, a central banker. After that, he is not your traditional lifelong politician. And he's there to get things done. And on housing, that is a big one. Big announcement of Build Canada Homes. It was a central plank in the platform. Came out with a few more details of it. Bring in Anna Bailão, former deputy mayor of Toronto and almost mayor of Toronto, who has been working in the development space for the last few years. Bring her in to lead that. She starts on Monday in that new role. I think she already has about 200 requests from people to meet with her, putting together a team. But, former mayor of Vancouver, Gregor Robertson, leading the file at Housing and Infrastructure, but with some, I would say, quite experienced officials there who are feeling the pressure, but are coming up with plans to get this money out the door, really bring the federal government into a direct role in home building, funding a lot of building homes. And, that will include some, market housing, that will include a lot of nonprofit, affordable housing, partnering with provinces and territories, partnering with nonprofits, and then also ramping up building of things like, looking at housing also from a security point of view in terms of improving, some upgrades to building housing on military bases, but also they look at things like housing the North as a security issue. I heard somebody in the government say to me recently, we are looking at securing the Arctic, particularly with the Americans potentially having their eyes on it. And it's hard to do that when people don't have homes and places to live. And so the first housing deal that this new government has signed was with Nunavut for more housing. There's already modular homes being built here in Ottawa, being put on ships, going up there, and they're going to kind of double down on that to continue to do more. In terms of the opposition, Conservatives all about sort of market-led housing and using federal programs to basically put pressure on provinces and municipalities to get out of the way and let housing be built while cutting taxes on homes. NDP, obviously is what you would expect, a bit more, putting more government money into building homes, protection for renters, training workers. Bloc Québécois want money given to Quebec, let them do it. So kind of what you would expect. So where do we sit? We have this huge, housing shortage, but with an affordability gap. I'm sure you've been talking about this already today, but we've come this weird and very challenging situation where we have a huge shortage of homes, but housing starts are crashing because of we've ended up in this position where housing prices kept going up and up and up to the point that people couldn't afford it. But even as housing prices were increasing, margins for home builders were not increasing. So because costs were going up too. So once, prices dropped a little, suddenly it wasn't economic to build anymore. And so governments are trying to bridge that gap and trying to find ways to work it out. The politics of home building are really, really, really challenging. Never underestimate the power of NIMBYism as a political force. It is a great example, I think, of one of these areas where we wonder why some policies stay in place. And I think, supply management is a great example, because the people who would be hurt by changing it would really, really be hurt and have a massive incentive to push for it to stay in place, while removing a policy like that would help lots of people, but only a tiny bit. And I think NIMBYism is like that. One more housing development is not on its own going to solve the housing crisis, but those people living next to it who don't want it really don't want it, and have really a incentive to lobby against it. So we're in this crazy situation where we have mayors, city councillors hiding behind in Ontario the housing tribunal, basically saying things like, we know that we should approve this, but if we do, someone will run against me in the next election on that. So you're just going to have to go to the housing tribunal. Once they order me to approve it, then we'll approve it and we'll blame them. We have this, this ongoing distrust of the private sector, ongoing distrust of developers. This is all, this idea that, well, it's all just because greedy developers want to make more money. That's why houses are unaffordable is very hard to kind of get around. As we like to say, and we've sort of come up with, we have the underlying challenge of the politics of housing is everyone wants more homes built. Everyone wants their kids to be able to afford a home, but they don't want anything built near them. They don't want anything built on what they consider environmentally sensitive or greenbelt land. And they want to be able to sell their home for millions of dollars and cash out and make lots of money. And politicians, I think, are struggling to find ways to get around that. The approach of the last few years, as we know, we've got into this crisis because we've made it harder and harder to build. We more and more regulation, higher and higher taxes on homes, and now we're at the stage where nothing can be built, and the government's going to fund building. It's the old American saying, I like applying to this. If it moves, tax it. If it's still moving, regulate it. When it stops moving, subsidize it. I think that's kind of summed up where we're at in the housing market, with governments having to throw billions of dollars at building homes because they have made it too hard and too uneconomic to build homes. Hate to end with that cynicism. I would say that there is a recognition that we need to change, and people are trying, but they still run up against serious challenges in doing so. So I'm going to end it there. I know I've flown through this content, but I want to allow time for discussion and questions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you, Dan. This was absolutely incredibly valuable and very invigorating. So thank you so much for that. And as a fellow political aficionado, this was a fantastic sort of overview of the political landscape in Ontario and in Canada. From RCCAO's perspective, we are very keenly aware of the importance and the impacts of politics on the policy advancement and policy development. So this was a very beneficial overview. There was quite a few nuggets in the presentation that I really want to drill down into, and I'll ask some questions, and then we'll see if we have some questions from the audience as well. But one of the things that I really wanted to drill down on is this idea around the honeymoon period with the Prime Minister and his government. They are enjoying some sort of goodwill from the public, and that's reflected in the poll numbers as well. Do you see that continuing? You kind of sort of hinted at that already, but do you see that continuing, and at what point, and what do you think will cause that gap to narrow?
I think that people really people were looking for change. They had tired of Trudeau, and they got change. Mark Carney is a massive change from Trudeau. In background, in style, in substance, much more of a traditional blue liberal from the party's kind of more centrist wing. And so I think that a lot of the result of the election was Canadians wanted change, they got change. They didn't want, so therefore they decided to be happy with probably a bit of a smaller change than they would have gotten with a Poilievre government, and said, okay, we're good with that. But they are trying him out. And the Prime Minister made some big commitments during the election. He is continuing to make big commitments, and I think Canadians will judge him on what can he get done. I think he recognizes that. And I know on housing in particular, they want to get a lot done in the next year. They want to really have stuff to show for this, because I think Canadians are getting a bit cynical on promises. I think, one of the knocks against the Trudeau government was they were great at announcing things, but not great at getting things done. And I think the Prime Minister will be judged on whether he can show that has changed, and that they are good at getting things done.
And that thread about change and kind of addressing what Canadians really find important when we are talking about that, the cost of living really is one of the top issues that comes to mind when when we're looking at what is important for Canadians. And the cost of living has really ascended as kind of on the top of the pyramid of importance for Canadians. And obviously there's other issues like Trump, like housing, healthcare, of course, they still resonate, but the cost of living has really taken kind of a life on its own. So do you see any sort of trouble both on the provincial and in the federal level for the governments there if that issue doesn't start to kind of retreat, and if Canadians don't see governments as addressing that issue?
I think one of the most interesting polling results that I saw in the last election was that the Conservatives had made cost of living a huge issue in the run up to the election, but the Liberals had kind of fought them to a draw on cost of living. And I think that that was one of the key factors in them winning the election. But if that continues to be an issue, and if the Conservatives can take back that issue and own it, I think the government is vulnerable. And, on housing in particular, the challenge, and we saw the housing minister kind of get in some trouble on this right off the bat, as you may remember, is people want housing to be more affordable, but they also want to be able to sell their home for lots of money. And they don't want the price of their home to go down. So how do you do that?
How do you do that, Dan? No, putting you on the hot seat.
That is going to be one of the ongoing challenges that, that governments face. And I think that those of us who want to influence government thinking on policy have to recognize that Canadians are massively invested in housing. I'm sure, again, you've talked about this, you all know this, it's a huge part of people's savings. And how do we increase the supply of housing without people feeling that we are taking away their life savings?
We started quite a discussion in the question chat here. So maybe we'll go through them as quickly as possible, just knowing that we're running against time. So one of the questions is from Harvey Cooper, who thanks you for the update, and I echo that. So you mentioned that the Prime Minister is in a hurry to get things done and talked about the launch of the Building Canada Homes. You noted that Anna Lyall is the new CEO there. Do you have any insights on what skill sets they're looking for as they staff up, given that one of the priority of the agency is to focus on non-market housing? What do we know at this point about the dividing lines of responsibility between CMHC and BCH, particularly around that affordable housing?
Yeah, that's really good. I think they're figuring things out. I think they're looking at people who can looking for people who can evaluate investments and analyze proposals. I think what they're, in terms of non-market, nonprofit, what they're going to do is say to organizations, basically come forward to us with plans, come forward to us with proposals, and we'll take a look at them and we'll look at funding them. And they recognize, they want to attract some private sector money, but they recognize that there will be some housing that is being built that will be 100% government funded. And they will be, I would expect, calling for proposals soon from municipalities, provinces, nonprofits, Indigenous groups to do that.
Perfect. Patrick Flannery has two questions. And the first question is, do you think there'll be any tolerance for raising taxes to fund housing infrastructure and or reduce DCs?
It's going to be hard. DCs are a huge challenge. And I think, the feds have talked about basically giving money to municipalities in exchange for them cutting DCs. Personally, I think that the feds and the provinces should be much tougher on municipalities who, see DCs as sort of a free source of money because they don't have to look their voters in the eye and say, we need to raise your property taxes. And I think that we'd be better off if more provinces restricted what DCs could pay for. I think Alberta is much more restrictive, for example, in Ontario. And you get municipalities here in Ontario that are just broadly, keep expanding DCs. So, and wrapping more and more of the municipal budget into DCs as opposed to property taxes, because it's easier to do that. But appetite for raising taxes federally, I don't think so. But there's always appetite for things like raising taxes on the rich, but that doesn't tend to raise you a lot of money. So it's a challenge. The government is very overextended in terms of its fiscal commitments. This is going to be an ugly budget in terms of red ink. So we'll see.
Absolutely. This is a good question in terms of at some point the Prime Minister is going to run up against provincial jurisdictional defensiveness on housing. What are we thinking about that?
Yeah, look, I think that it's a question of what approach you take. The conservative approach basically is more the the stick than the carrot approach, where they're basically saying, look, if we're gonna fund projects like transit, we're gonna put conditions on that, and unless you let people build homes, we're not gonna give you money. This approach, this government is taking much more of a carrot approach to basically say, look, we're gonna give you money to build stuff. And so that'll be a lot easier. It doesn't solve things like municipalities just being really hard to deal with, taking far too long to approve things, and getting, therefore not having a steady flow of land to build on. I mean, I know in the last discussion you were talking about things like how to improve productivity, how to get people to invest in things like modular home factories. The biggest factor is if you are investing a lot of money, particularly in something like a factory for factory built homes, you need to keep running that factory and churning out homes at a steady state, or else it goes out of business, which means you need someone to put those homes. You can't just warehouse them, which means you need a steady state of land being approved. And in Canada, we moved away from building factory homes because we went from a time when it was really easy to get land approved to build new houses to a time when it became started to take a long time to become unpredictable. And if a builder is building homes in a factory, and at some point, municipalities stop approving land and there's nowhere to put those homes for 6 months or a year, that factory is going to go to business. And until people feel that there is certainty and they're going to be able to build homes and put them somewhere for the next few years, it's very hard to get people to invest in stuff like that.
So I think the RESCON staff are going to be very happy because they have another speaker lined up for next year's housing symposium, Dan, because there's tons of questions coming in for you. So maybe we can save those for next year and you can answer them there, or maybe there's a way that you can answer the questions after, I don't know. But I think definitely you've done a fantastic job to start a great conversation on this topic. And I think your presentation really touched on a lot of important aspects of this issue. So thank you very much for taking the time and for really providing us with this great and valuable overview. So perhaps I'll turn it over to Mike, who's going to introduce the next session.
Just very quickly, if I may, great to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. You can find me very easily through our website. Always happy to chat if anyone wants to chat about this stuff. It's something I do a lot of work in this area. I'm passionate about this area. I want to see this problem fixed. So really happy to chat about it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Mike, over to you for the construction automation session.
Well, thank you. So this title of this presentation is a Canadian Construction Automation and Robotics Roadmap, a focus on residential construction. We have Carl Hayes who is the University Research Chair at the University of Waterloo in Canada. He has a BASc degree in Systems Design Engineering from Waterloo and graduate design degrees from CMU in Pittsburgh and civil engineering. He has experience in modularization, supply chain management, construction productivity, craft training, and digitalization of design and construction processes. His broader research interests include AI, human robotic systems, and the circular economy in the built environment. Numerous industry and government partnerships support his research. As chair of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Waterloo between 2017 and 2022, he led rapid growth and renewal of staff, faculty, students, and physical plant, including a new architectural engineering and undergraduate program launched in 2018. He is a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, the Canadian Academy of Engineering, the American Society of Civil Engineers, and the U.S. National Academy of Construction. So thank you for being here, Carl.
Well, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate being invited. I'm really honored, and what a fascinating presentations before this. I just got to get my mind on my own presentation, and I'll figure out how to bring this up here. And you can tell me if I'm doing this right. Did that come up or not?
Not yet, but sometimes there's a delay here. There's some technical folks who can.
Okay. Let's try it again then. So let's see. Oh, I think I'm going to try something different here. Sorry about that.
If you can try the share button if you see it.
Right, I'm usually on Teams, so
Okay.
share is at the bottom.
I don't know, Meredith, if you can help him walk through it, or
I got it. Sorry about
awesome.
that.
Great, no problem.
Is that it now? Do you see it?
Not yet.
Nothing on this end. Oh,
There
there
you
we
go.
go. There's just a bit of a delay here.
Okay.
There we go.
Boy, I'm a little slow on this stuff. Okay, let's see if I can make that go full screen now. Is that working?
Yep.
Oh, okay, good stuff. Okay, and I'm just going to flip something here and see what happens. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong place though. Okay. I'll fix it real quick. Okay, well, you're getting a preview in reverse here. So a lot of people are going to be as happy as if I go forward this fast. Okay, so I really appreciate being invited, and I'm going to talk about the Canadian Construction Automation Robotics Roadmap. It's a focus on residential construction. This effort was supported by the National Research Council, and I do want to mention that I don't represent their views or the University of Waterloo or my co-authors. I really wanted to thank my co-authors and acknowledge their contributions. They did a lot of hard work on this report too and its development. If you want more detail and you want to read the report, you can get it at this website, or you can just Google the title and my name, and you'll probably find it on somewhere on the Google Scholar page or UW Space. So today I'm going to talk about the productivity challenge in Canada in construction. A little different perspective, but not really contradicting anything that was said in the last hour. Just trying to place the automation robotics and the role that it's going to play in that challenge around productivity, but also maybe push back a bit on the prevailing narrative. So going to spend a little bit of time on what we've learned about automation, robotics, and how they improve productivity, just looking at commercial successes and failures. Talk about the workshops and how we develop the roadmap, suggestions for how we can prioritize investments, identify opportunities, and put together a solutions pipeline for Canada, and then come up with some concluding remarks. And this is my simple engineer's perspective of the problem that we're trying to address today. So to improve the rate of building homes, it's clear that we're talking about increasing zoned land, somehow decreasing interest rates. Don't know if we have any control over that. Improving capacity, and the thing that I can contribute to, the only thing I can help with, is improving project performance. So over the years, I've worked on project management practices and productivity. And if we're going to focus on productivity today, because that's where automation robotics comes in, that's the real contribution, is to construction productivity, and certainly production systems training and standardization are going to have a role to play as well. So this construction productivity challenge we're talking about, well, we keep hearing in a lot of reports and a lot of presentations that construction productivity is continuously declining for decades, a little on a scale of months or years, it goes up and down a bit. The economy as a whole, the gray line there, productivity is improving. The yellow line is construction. It's an analysis from the States. It's reasonably recent, and the last 75 years or so. So it's a pretty good perspective on what the problem is. And it looks like it's not because we have not been investing in capital. So it looks like construction, the industry's, progressing along at the same rate of capital investment as the rest of the industry. It seems that the real problem is that the denominator, in total factor productivity, is the output price, and the price index in construction is increasing a lot faster than the inflation index for the economy as a whole. And that's really what's making productivity over all that time period look like it's declining so precipitously and so relentlessly. And I would like to suggest that there might be a couple of different interpretations of what's happening there. I think it could be that it's perfectly correct to use that construction price index as a deflator, but it's also possible that it's not measuring the value of output properly. And if it's not, maybe we should be using the GDP price index, and then it would look like construction productivity has actually increased over the last several decades. But it's probably not as simple as either of those two alternatives. So I went back and I thought, okay, if it turns out that price index is related to quality or value, what could it be? And what we do have evidence for is that the useful life of buildings is increasing over the last several decades. There's a lot of empirical evidence, which this report is indicating, but there's also design codes, which, if you look back over decades, have increased the design life that we design for. So in fact, we're producing buildings that last longer or more useful longer. And they're cheaper to operate, which is, I think, interesting. So if you buy a home or a building, the biggest cost is energy, and that cost is declining because we're making them more efficient to heat and to cool and to light. And these are just numbers in Canada for about 60 or 70 years up until 2010, but they've declined even quicker since then. Now, on the other hand, that price index is being inflated by the tax and fee burden. And I haven't read this report in detail, so it should be taken in some grain of salt. But it looks like the price of a new home, which is what we're measuring in that price index or denominator, has really been increasing because of taxes and fees. And yet that is what we're using to measure productivity in construction. And that may be a little bit unfair because there's nothing that construction's doing that's creating that problem. And so when we look at the role of technology, automation, robotics, industry continuously and repetitively says that their experience and their business practice is that technology is improving productivity. And we've seen this sort of survey result over the last several decades over and over again. So what's happening if technology is improving construction productivity? Why do the economists say that it's declining? And I would try to sum it up this way in my kind of engineering perspective that, okay, prices are increasing because taxes and permits burden is increasing and because quality is increasing. Project performance is always going to continue to vary. There's going to be economic factors like we heard about the supply chain and so on that fluctuate. Capacity utilization is really high, but depending on how you look at it, construction productivity is actually improving in many ways, and technology is making a positive difference in that regard. And so let's look back and see where it's doing that. And already the presentations have talked about prefabrication and precasting and modularization. And this is just an example of a precast job. And there is some evidence that this would cost 20% less and be a lot faster to put a building up this way than cast in place. And it would seem like that's a good way to improve productivity. So there's good evidence that industrialization is a useful approach for addressing the problem. If you look back historically, it turns out that technology has really had a big impact at different periods of time. In the 50s, when we started using hydraulic power in our equipment, we improved productivity 400% in a really short time period. And maybe kind of flying under the radar, we only got a 50% productivity improvement, but that was pretty big sector of the industry in the early 2000s when we introduced stakeless earth moving. And basically that's robotics. That's GPS receivers on the blades. It's 3D cut and fill. It's robotic control of the equipment. And the reason that's improving productivity is because we're reducing rework. When you've operated equipment, you move the dirt around if you don't really know precisely what you're up to. But this equipment doesn't do that. It doesn't move it around again and again. We don't have the survey crew going out every couple of days laying out the grade stakes again, so you're eliminating steps. and you've got better control of the equipment. So the combination is what improves the productivity. But we've had real, I would say, setbacks or failures in the past. In the 80s and 90s, the Japanese developed some completely automated, vertically integrated, and vertically self-jacking systems for high rises. Obayashi, Shimizu, Taisei, and that really didn't turn out to pay off. There wasn't a return on the capital that they were looking for, and we talk about why in the report. And recent failures, we could talk about Katera, which was a high-tech, vertically integrated industrialization approach that went bankrupt. But we've had some real successes in Ontario, which excites me. We've got the Element 5 mass timber production line in St. Thomas, which the footprint's increasing substantially, getting lots of work. Got Fritz Alder, a couple precast plants, and they're operating 24/7 because it's a good approach to address the productivity issue in Ontario for multiple unit residential buildings. So looking back, what's been happening and why were those failures in the 80s and 90s? Why are we having successes now, focusing a little bit more on robotics? The thing on the top is something I helped build in the 80s and 90s, a robotic pavement crack sealer. And the whole idea was to improve safety and improve productivity by replacing crew that are in a pretty dangerous situation out there on the road. And it didn't succeed as a business, but there is a company now in Ohio that sells these machines, and so it has a business doing that. So what's the difference? And primarily it's that these technologies are just so much more powerful, off the shelf stuff that you can do. And a lot of that is, of course, is AI. You see it in things like robotic masonry, making some inroads in certain really big, large scale repetitive situations. And you still got academic geeks like me thinking we can use UAVs or humanoid robots. But really the values in these production systems here. Got 3D printing, which is of buildings, which seems to have a lot of potential. And there's some startups in Ontario working on that. But there's also a lot of technologies out there really improving productivity, like automated layout. And this one, a lot of people would wonder why I would have this up here, but the pace of change of capabilities of humanoid robots is just massive. You look at the Boston Dynamics most recent video, it's just incredible what they're doing. And we might think about their role potentially as assistants for fetching materials and holding things for us, and just working with tradespeople on the site if they really get cheap enough to buy. So, in this report, we did look at construction versus other industries, and what could we learn from those other industries and how they did their digital transformations and implemented automation, robotics. And shipping's always quoted as a comparable industry, but a lot of ways it's not. They have earlier there's a discussion all the hundreds of different building codes in Canada and different design codes, and shipping has a single or a couple single international codes. They've got fixed dry docks and production facilities, and we have to put our buildings up on site. So we're just a different sort of situation. What can we learn from manufacturing? We can learn lean management. We can learn a lot of things, but we're also different. We can't ship tens of thousands of cell phones in a shipping container. We're just too big, too much mass, and too much volume. So we can learn from these industries, but there's also limitations, and the report gets into that as well. So we wanted, though, to learn from our industry experts about how we could expedite the introduction of industrialization, automation, robotics in the construction industry to address productivity, to help fix the housing situation. And so we brought a bunch of those people together in a workshop and some subsequent meetings. And reasonably good distribution of builders and tech vendors and associations, maybe not enough owners represented, and got some insights from them on, and this is kind of difficult to read, I know, but what the impediments were that they had experienced or that they anticipate experience in implementing automation and robotics in construction. But they also suggested some strategies for overcoming those impediments. And rather than get into that in this presentation, again, you can dig into that in the report. So that's something that if you're interested in, you can dig into. There's a lot of detail. I did want to spend a little bit of time on, if we're going to do this automation robotics thing, how does it improve productivity? And if we're going to invest in AI or exoskeletons or robots or mixed reality, I think we have to be really explicit and very direct about what exactly is it going to do to improve productivity. Is it going to substitute capital for labor? Is it going to simplify and eliminate steps? Is it going to eliminate rework? Is it going to reduce waste? If you can't point out exactly how it's going to do that, what the value proposition is, and why anybody would want to buy this thing and implement it and change their processes, then we're probably going to fail. So we really need to think about these things when we're prioritizing our investments. And we probably need to think, if we're going to prioritize investments in automation and robotics, we got to think also about classical engineering economics analysis that we teach in school, net present worth and rate of return, but also what you teach at the business schools with the business plan and the value proposition and who's going to buy these products. And maybe from a government perspective, if you're going to support some kind of technological approach, what's the percent productivity improvement max that you can get out of that? What's the breadth of application across the industry, and what's its current maturity? And we tried to plot that out for some different technologies. And I would say that in summary, I'm going to oversimplify here by putting up an old estimating manual page. I think that the best bang for the buck going forward is going to be classical substitution of capital for labor. And if you just look at where the costs are, that's because, the major costs of housing in Ontario are taxes, maybe 35%, maybe 10% for design and management, but the rest of it, materials, equipment, and labor, that's a huge cost. And if we're going to reduce anything realistically, I think it's going to be the cost of equipment and labor. And the substitution of capital for labor is the thing that's going to work there. I don't think that AI and mixed reality and digital standards are going to make as much of a difference. Not directly. So the solutions pipeline that we tried to describe in the report is really something that's already out there. You've got some needs for improving productivity in construction, housing in particular. You're going to come up with solutions. It goes through some kind of pipeline of technology and business readiness level. And you've got different players involved at different points. You've got startups. You've got support from government programs like IRAP but also angel investors and R&D incubators. And there's just a huge ecosystem of this in Ontario and in Canada. And this is really how it works right now. And how, so this is just the model I have in my mind of how that solutions pipeline works. And if we're going to expedite that or help it work a little faster to come up with solutions quicker, we might have an R&D program to support technology development. So robotics and automation or industrialization. And one thing that we suggested is demo projects where we get out on a site, we try high technology readiness level products, robots, whatever it is, on a site. We measure their impact on productivity. We evaluate them in standard key performance indicators, and we assess what we learned, and we document it, and we share it in workshops. And so maybe we get some people interested in investing or adopting investing in the technology or adopting it. And we did in the report go into great detail about all the different participants and what their roles would be. And that's not worth spending time on here. So I'm going to quickly, I know I've gone through this really quickly, but I know that the previous presenters made a big effort to open up some time for questions. And so that's what I wanted to do as well. I would say that my conclusions from this experience of developing this roadmap and from my own experience is that I think we have to challenge the productivity stagnation narrative. I just not sure it's actually the case that it's a bit of a figment of the taxes and the fees and the improved value impacting the denominator in that total factor productivity equation. That when you really look at what it takes to construct a building, that we're actually improving in productivity over the last several decades when we take all those other factors out. And that automation and robotics are having a big impact on that. And going forward, of course, the focus has to be on people and training and capacity building and investment in production systems like prefab and modularization, and focus on how we can reduce the cost of materials and labor and invest in machines. And what I'm learning from the previous presentations and the ones that are probably going to follow is that the big challenges, politics and socioeconomic challenges like the NIMBYism and the just desire to have green belts, things like that. Maybe they're very legitimate. So, so those are going to be the big challenges, and I'm really focused on what I can do, which is the technological sort of contribution to solving the problem. That is all I've got to say, and I thought maybe hopefully there's time to have some questions.
I think, one, thank you very much for the presentation. And what's even more impressive is how much information you're able to provide, but still leave some time for questions. So we do have about 8 minutes. We've got a couple questions already out there. I'm going to modify them because people seem to be jumping on a similar theme here. And so I think you talked about it a bit and we heard about it earlier. So we've got over 400 municipalities, and whether it's urban design, whether it's municipal requirements, modular housing, we're told, requires standardization. We don't have that in Ontario. And so maybe we'll start, like, what are your thoughts there? How do you, we're supposed to build outside the box, but modular construction is building the box. So how do they go together?
Yeah, I mean, it can be done. And, what is it? The circle can be squared. It's, the modular companies, a lot of them have building code checkers. So people who are checking in the buyers buying their area, that their modules are going to fit the code, and if they're not going to fit the code, what changes need to be made. And they try to get that impact of that as early on as possible. I mean, it's not ideal because it's going to change the production process. It's going to change ordering of materials, so the supply chain some. But it doesn't mean that you have to radically, change the dimensionality of your modules. So in that, in the way they come together and the materials you're using, that way they stay the same. It's usually stuff like, a number of electrical outlets or exterior cladding or insulation, things that actually can be adjusted. So I think it is possible, but I don't want to diminish the impact of all those code differences.
And then just because we did get a couple questions on it, so I think we understand it's possible. What's the likelihood that it will happen, or what do you see as the kind of barriers to implementation?
I think the biggest barriers were identified by I think the previous presenter, and his name's escaping me right now, but it's kind of like the shipbuilding industry. If you don't commit to long-term demand, so a national or provincial strategy, and you don't also have zoning opening up or permitting, you just don't make it economically feasible for a company to invest a lot of money in a production facility. So those things have to be there first, the commitment to the demand somehow, and the zoning. But yeah, then it's the investment. And somehow this is working in places in Europe. I'm not sure how they're steadying out that fluctuation in the industry and supply and demand. So, Sweden's got 50% of its housing being put up is modularized.
Mm-hmm.
So there's somehow that ecosystem is getting fixed or working out.
So I guess there's hope if other jurisdictions can do it. So
yeah, I mean, we're out there. There's like UNB, the Offsite Construction Research Center, is doing great work in looking at the different models around the world and how we can adopt them. And NRC is supporting that work.
And then maybe to shift a little bit more positive, what's the low-hanging fruit in automation? And maybe what are ways that smaller builders might take advantage of it, like tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the low-hanging fruit. Well, I'm going to say a couple. I'll finish with something a little more radical, but I think the low-hanging fruit is automation in prefab and in offsite, because it's just easier to automate in a factory setting. But there is, I think, the possibility now where robots are becoming a little bit more mobile. They're becoming a lot smarter with large language models so that they can understand human language commands, and a lot safer. And I do think maybe it's not a low-hanging fruit, but something that's going to happen is we're going to have humanoid robotic assistants that are going to really leverage skilled tradespeople. You don't want to be stacking pallets with bricks or masonry units. You don't want to be holding up the drywall or cutting the masonry units. Well, you're doing the intelligent work of figuring out what's going to happen next, where it's going to go. You're attaching it, grinding it to fit. If you had a robotic assistant that could do that boring grunt work, that holding the drywall up for you, that might actually be a low-hanging fruit, although could be could be I'm dreaming. But
I think it's interesting. Whenever you hear people talk about AI, the conversation is always we're going to lose jobs. And what you're saying is maybe as the workforce ages, this should actually keep people employed if some of the heavy lifting is done. And so the question is more on how do you see the changes to employment, and maybe there's increases as well as decreases. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like, we just have a capacity problem right now. We don't have enough skilled tradespeople, and we'd like to keep them around longer. And we'd like to leverage them, and just simple assistance, helpers is going to be a big part of that. I think not for being down in the bottom of the trench or something like that, but and not for really super skilled like electrical panels and things like that. But for some of the other work, yeah, for sure, going to leverage them and help them stay in the job longer.
And then another question. So we've talked about on-site labor. What about supervision, auditing, kind of more on the management side? Do you see any trends or changes there?
It's AI, at least, is already being used to evaluate contracts and prepare bids and create schedules. It's just been explosive adoption by the construction industry. There's a lot of risks involved too. But there's some areas where there's a low impact of a mistake, and in those cases, or where you have an expert who can quickly review the work of the AI, they're really making a positive difference. So I think there's real adoption there right now. When I talk to my industry colleagues, they're using them. I'm using them. But you have to be super careful for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're running out of time here, but I think you're hitting at liability and different professional standards and issues like that. Maybe I don't know if you want to talk about that in your last 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to stamp a drawing or you're liable, you're going to be much more hesitant to use the AI unless you pretty much already know the answer and you just really wanted to get through the plug and chug a little faster. And the AI is helping you there. As an engineer, that's okay, but you're still putting your stamp on that answer. So, or that design. So yeah, I think we have to be super careful. And gosh, if the AI misses a contract term or misses a zero in an estimate, adds a zero, we're in deep trouble. So you know,
Yeah.
there's places where the risk is killer. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. It was a wonderful presentation. We've had a lot of questions. The
Oh, really?
presentation will be made available in the post recap, but thank you so much for a wonderful event. So
Thanks,
I think,
Andrew. Thanks very much. I'm going to listen to the rest of this. It's really interesting.
well, you're welcome to stay for the whole thing. So
Thank you. Okay,
great.
bye.
So we'll see if we can get Marlon on screen here. I don't like to take away any time from Marlon. He's well known. He spoke at this event and other RESCON events in the past. He is a chartered quantity surveyor by trade. He's the executive vice president of CCM. He's one of the most knowledgeable people in the industry. And at that, I am just going to turn it over to Marlon.
Thank you. The thing I got from the last presentation is we can replace you with a robotic assistant. So heading in the right direction. Okay, assuming this all works properly, which usually does do. So this one's an odd title. And it's funny, I struggled with this presentation versus other ones. I had Yasmin from RESCON chasing me up all the time because I wasn't feeling it. So the reason I wasn't feeling it is it always seems very doom and gloom. So we'll go through it. If it's not cheery, it's not my fault. It's kind of the way things are. And I didn't listen to anyone else's presentations other than Carl's. So if I double up on anything, sorry. I've decided now I'm Marlon 2.0. Usually I make a joke and stuff like that. We're just going to go 2.0, the new refined version. Now I'm in the construction industry. New warning. Now I'm no longer with Alta, so I don't need a legal warning. Instead, we've got the presentation is going to contain facts and figures, not manipulated to make people feel better. No, I did not have student houses, tents, cardboard boxes into the housing starts to make me feel better. So how's the housing crisis going? I saw a great summary of this yesterday. And I figured it sort of tied into a joke with winter is coming, which obviously is Game of Thrones. And it was actually Altus and Build said yesterday, the housing drought is coming. And I thought this was very good tie into where I'm heading with this, in that basically we're about to face a massive challenge. We're about to face all of these huge challenges. And the outcome's going to be, we just have, right now, if you think we'd have enough homes, fast forward 2 or 3 years, and it's going to be an absolute catastrophe. So why did Altus and Build come out with there's a drought? So it's basically something we've been talking about actually since 2022, but finally got some notice. In essence, we have record high housing completions 23, 24, 25. We got limited new starts 25, 26, 27. That means we're going to have a housing shortage, aka drought, and that's going to be 28, 29, 30. So if you're in the right place at the right time, you're going to do well out of this. If you own a home, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, or unfortunately you work for a trade, it's probably not going to work out as well for you. Why is the drought coming from? It's not complicated. I mean, Altus and Build released this yesterday. We got 7.1 million people and we sold 300 units in August, 3,000 so far this year in new homes. So there are no new homes. Condo sales dead. The market in Toronto is basically deceased, beyond deceased. It's dropped down to close as zero as you're going to get. And then we've got under construction right now in the market down 50% from the peak, and it's going to carry on dropping until about 2026, and hopefully we get some life back. The other thing I was thinking of the other day, I was actually playing golf, and the song came on from Bare Naked Ladies, If I Had $1 Million. And it was funny because the first line is, I'd buy you a house. Yeah, try doing that now. And it's kind of where the market's headed. It's really in a strange place. And I figured I'd do some very basic math on where the problem comes from. It's this little pesky thing called supply and demand that everyone likes to ignore. Basically, lack of homes means increased prices. Throw in low relative incomes, they can't pay the price, we get an affordability disaster. And everyone goes, wait a minute, developers are greedy, that's why they're not starting stuff. No, again, it just comes down to real simple math. Revenue minus cost equals margin. If revenue minus cost is less than zero, there's definitely no supply. And unfortunately, banks don't lend at zero, so it needs to be higher than that. So right now, it's a war on math. So what the hell do I mean by delusion? I did an article on this last year, and someone said I sounded like I was writing a script for Trump. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult, but basically, when you look at delusion, it's a pretty strong word, but it kind of grabs attention. And the reason we go with the delusion approach is it's done to soothe the populace. It's not meant maliciously. It's just we come out with facts and figures that we know aren't correct. and it provides that temporary relief, but they're not based on realistic, practical, grounded approaches. And the challenge we have is it's not really a political stripe thing. Numbers don't lie. A house is made out of materials, it's not emotional, it doesn't care. But once it becomes a home, then it really matters. And the challenge right now we have is we can't build homes because we're so busy telling people that things are either wonderful or this year finally acknowledging the bad, that we're just playing silly buggers. And it reminded me of something from Blackadder, which you'll notice the British humour comes through. And this was the World War I joke of Blackadder. If nothing else works, a total pig-headed unwillingness to look at the facts in the face will see us through. That's basically the approach to housing since 2004 in the province, and probably across large areas of Canada. So some of the delusions: cigarettes and alcohol are bad for you. Believe it or not, they're actually really good for you. They must be, because if they were bad for you, we wouldn't tax houses the same. Simple thing on the housing, and everyone talks about this over and over again, we don't seem to get anywhere. We either have a tax distribution problem or we have homes that are bad for you. In Toronto, Stories had the article, is 35.1%. I've seen anywhere 27% of a new home. So basically the message kind of is if you can't own a new home, you're trying to say, let's all go smoke, drink and contribute to the tax burden elsewhere, because it doesn't really make sense. This is my favorite game of the year, which I've used before in presentations. I don't think I've done it on the RESCON one. This one Matt Young did. And the reason this picture is done there, and I'm definitely not going to read it out, but if you read the bottom go corner, that kind of is the approach to housing that we've had. And it's a little irksome. This is a real game. I have it in my office here. It's not open anymore. Funny thing is, if you look at the board, you'll notice there's no little houses, even though there's tons of money. That's because no one can afford a house anymore. So you're playing Monopoly without houses. The other thing that's been a little bit odd is there's been a really large obsessive focus on the middle class. Obviously, Build Canada thing came out. They're going to move over to affordable housing. The problem with the obsession with the middle class is I actually can't figure out what the middle class is anymore. I mean, we don't really have one. This is a super simple chart. Basically, when you start looking at who earns what in what percentile, very low number of people earn over $80,000 a year in Canada. Now that 25% jumps up to about 100 grand just over in Ontario. It's not a lot of money if you look at how much housing's cost. So now we have an obsessive focus on the middle class, but what is the middle class? And Options for Homes, I believe, had a project they were opening where if you went around $110,000, $120,000, you qualified for affordable housing. And then you start to look, and I looked at Realtor.com very badly because I'm not good at this, but $80,000 salary gets you 300 grand, 400 grand mortgage. Basically, there's 11 apartments for sale in Toronto in that range. If you get $100,000, there's basically 2,000, and over $1 million, it's 5,000. And it just keeps going. And the problem we have right now is the choice has been to leave. And this is for a Middle Missing Institute. Mike posted it a little while ago. Everyone wants to leave the GTA because it's not affordable. I mean, we don't have the running down to the US anymore, but it's not good. And then the Globe and Mail looked at affordability, and apparently Toronto's now worse than New York. If this isn't red flags to do stuff, I don't know what it is. The problem is we keep making really nice announcements, but not actually getting a whole lot done. Another statement, we're going to build 1.5 million homes in 10 years in Ontario. This made no sense from when it started. Super simple chart. The aspirational target is the red line. The green is what we've done. The gap is significant. We're probably going to be 500,000 homes short of 1.5 million, so missed by 30%. We'll call that the tent zone. Basically, I'm assuming that's how we're filling the gap based on how many encampments we've got now. It doesn't work. Latest new one, we're going to build 1.5 million homes in TO over the next 25 years around transit. I'm really not sure where people keep picking 1.5 million. It must be a dartboard with a number on it in the offices of some politician. Going to call this one the DeLorean plan. It's a cunning plan. Basically, it's kind of like Back to the Future. We're trying to solve a problem we created ourselves with a solution that we should have done 20 years ago, which isn't going to work. Someone who I know in planning, and I'm not going to use the name just in case I wasn't supposed to, their analogy was it's like their 3-year-old saying to them, hey, can you have another baby so I can have an older brother? That is basically the premise of this plan. And in essence, too little, too late. Again, I call it cunning Blackadder-esque plan. I mean, the opening statement of we're going to allow 6 stories permitted or 200 meters of a station on a major street. I just stop at that point and it gets worse as you go down. It's not a chance in hell we're building 1.5 million homes. I mean, the last 25 years, not just around transit stations, they've not even hit 1 million homes. So now we're going to do 1.5 million homes in very specific locations. Basically defies any form of logic. It's just a made-up number that's meaningless. This one kind of ties into a couple of different things. This one was the statement we're going to offer 1,600 square foot homes, basements, you can rent it out, you can have a backyard with fence, and all of that for under $500,000. Problem? Well, first problem is if you look at the red line, the number of high rises we build in the province is now 65% of all the product. If it wasn't for the current downturn we've had, that's probably around 75%. So we're not building a whole lot of low rise anymore. So I'm not really sure where we're getting these low rise homes from. The other challenge is if you start to look at the average home prices, basically the only place below $500,000 in average is Northern Ontario. So I'm not sure if the cunning plan now, it used to be let's move everyone to Windsor for affordability. I'm wondering if we're going to go with Sudbury or Timmins as the new game plan to save the GTA. Looked at realtor.ca, basically it's 292 listings that met that description of a home with a basement under $500,000, and new homes are more. The other challenge with the $500,000 number, if Toronto's charging $200,000 in taxes and fees on a home, and we're supposed to buy the land and build it for $300,000, again, the math isn't making sense. So until someone gets control of this ludicrous taxes and fees, which have probably been done to death today, I assume. And then it goes down to affordability. This is a report that KPC did a while ago, and they looked at what the affordable price threshold was, the middle column, for someone making a regular income using a standard form of calculation. Basically, that $500,000 number kind of ties in. The problem is 25% of that goes to DCs, and there isn't a lot of these homes around. And then Alex posted this the other day, which I thought was funny. If you go back enough, Toronto's DCs were $5,803. And now they're $97,000. You want to know where the problem is? The problem lies in one place. There's a significant problem with tax in this country. And then the other challenge we've got about this brand new house thing is the new housing market has collapsed, low rise and high rise in the GTA. It's pretty much collapsed across most of Ontario. Recently, the new thing is let's all quote Canada housing starts, because Canada housing starts until last month were wonderful. Now they're terrible. We're not quoting them again. But everyone's like, well, look, the rest of Canada's doing well. That's great. Ontario's ground zero, basically, of the housing crisis. And there's a couple of stats that show that easily. In Ontario, 56,000 starts. If we look at seasonally adjusted rates, we've got 16 million people. Quebec's basically running at almost the same pace of us, and BC's not that far behind. The difference is they've got like half the number of people or less. And then if you start looking at a city level, Toronto's basically trundling behind Vancouver, and we're more than double the people. We have a problem that's massively focused, particularly in Ontario and then some other cities that are struggling. And we're taking this one size fits all. Look at Ontario, 60 million people. Greater Toronto area is about half that. But then you look at Ottawa. Ottawa's resale market showing some degree of recovery. New sales terrible. You look at the other cities in Ontario. One size fits all plan will not work. We need to move away from this and stop quoting big numbers to hide the challenges. This ties in a little bit to what Carl was talking about. So construction labor and aging is a major problem. Well, it was, but it kind of isn't anymore for a moment, but it will be again. And again, I stole this from Mike's stuff. Basically, 670,000 people work in construction. Every 10,000 starts go, we lose 26,000 people. The conclusion I'm taking from Altus, we're going to have a decline of almost 41,000 jobs in Ontario in the residential industry caused by the current drop-off. Construction unemployment's now hit 10%. It's a $10 billion economic hit. And what are we doing about it? Crickets. Nothing. Not heard anything. I don't know if anyone else has. I've not seen a whole lot of response. So we're going to lose all these young people. We're going to lose all these trades. I can tell you offhand, there's thousands of them losing jobs that we're connected to. It's already started. Developers are laying off. Contractors are laying off. Consultants are laying off. It's not going to be there in the future. So is aging a problem? Maybe. But at this pace, there's no jobs for anybody anyway. And that's when you kind of look at it. We say, welcome, well, open for business. As long as it's not housing. I mean, if someone closes a brewery, all hell breaks loose. 41,000 potential trades may be losing the thing and nothing's happening. Productivity in construction. So I liked what Carl says. Productivity in construction is the cause of the housing crisis. No, and it's not decreasing. Disagree entirely. That conclusion is so lazy, it's not funny. I saw a report, someone else, look, if you're just going to grab Stats Canada and not figure out what Stats Canada actually means and where the flaws in the calculation are, it's just going to make no sense at all. It's just being distorted. Productivity in high-rise has increased. The only challenges we had at one point was we're massively overloaded. But the other challenge you got with the shift to high-rise, how long it takes to build stuff takes longer. We've got over-regulation, red tape, and then how you measure cost and productivity. If you give everyone a 50% pay raise under the current measurement system, that means we've increased productivity. They're not doing it on a task-based system, which would be more complicated. They're not taking into account variability in construction. This is just a false narrative that's being used to say construction's dragging stuff down. Inclusionary zoning works, you'll notice a similar theme. No, just doesn't work. To continually come back to it, we're going to build 1.5 million homes by transit, and hey, we're going to do 5% inclusionary zoning. Every time something goes up, if you take something down, it's counterintuitive. You're not creating meaningful volume. The financial impact outdoes that. Leave that to the feds to build the affordable housing. Stop messing around. Basically, no one's achieving anything doing this. Zoning has value. No, zoning actually has no value whatsoever anymore. The reason it has no value, especially in Toronto, is every project's litigated site by site. So why do you have zoning? It's pointless. You're literally almost starting from scratch in every site in each project. And if you meet with one person one day, a week later, the next person's got a completely different opinion in the same department. So why bother? Why even have zoning? Just get rid of it. It's literally a waste of everyone's time. Construction costs are a challenge at the moment. I keep seeing articles where it's like the cost of construction is causing the housing crisis. Well, last time I checked, when construction costs dropped 20 to 30% and continue to fall, I'm not really sure how they're a leading cause of the housing crisis. Other challenge, everyone wants to live in high-rise. Again, Mike had a good chart. Basically, the blue is the demographic-based demand, and then the gray is what we provide. Everywhere you see, there are reports, there's things, everyone's supposed to only live in rental, don't own a home, you shouldn't own a home, you don't get to live in low-rise. No, we suppressed low-rise. And I've shown this chart in 1,000,001 ways, places to grow, suppress low-rise, not going for it again. Basically, the entire bloody thing got rid of a ton of low-rise land, and now everyone has to live in high-rise and in rental because someone in 2004 decided to, and we still haven't fixed it. I had a cunning plan, so this one's me being a bit silly, sorry. So we're building the 413, and then someone had the idea of the tunnel under the 401. So why don't we not tunnel under the 401? We build the 413 in the tunnel and then build 52 kilometers of residential straight through, mixed use, with a nice train through the middle. So we can probably generate between 140,000 and 500 units, maybe even 1 million, depending how you do it. A, we get a tunnel, so everyone's happy. B, we get a highway, we get some more transit, and we've managed to deal with the affordability crisis, and there'll be a nice view from there. The new obsession, rental replacing condo. Not in the GTA, it's not going to. It's highly improbable. The blue is how much rental we've done in 5 years, and then the orange is condo, and the gap has been in those 5-year periods growing year after year after year. And this is with rental having a resurgence. So the odds on it replacing it, it's fairly low and unlikely in this present market. And if you look at rental starts in the last 5 years, basically we've gone from 6,000, just over 6,000. We're actually on target for less than that this year. We need 30,000 starts. We're 5 times off the pace we need. And then you'll see stuff where people go, hey, rental's now 42% of the market. Yeah, because rental's down, but the rest of the market's down, so the percentage increases. That's not a good denominator. And then if you want to look forward, so this is using the data from Zonda. If you look at the approvals in the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the rental's about 14% of all units, about 168,000 units, and there's about 1 million condos. So how exactly are we flipping this all over to rental when 86% of the planning isn't focused on rental, and flipping to rental to condo is not as easy as you think, because there's this horrible little thing called equity, and this is a to scale diagram. Equity doubles and your return shrinks. Eventually the return doesn't make sense, which goes into the math ain't mathing. Yes, that is blood on the pencil. The pencil's broken, despite the 20-30% lower construction cost, despite land cost dropping. And the reason rental can't take over is, even with construction prices down being good, land prices down being good, fees being down, which is good on the rental side, condo sales being zero is good for rental, completions are up. Bad news? Well, rent went down, land prices are down for condos. If you're buying land, the person's now in massive debt, vacancies up, CMHC changes their mind on a daily basis, and the yields are terrible. It's why rental's not taking over. The math still doesn't make sense with everything that's been done. Building homes faster using modern methods of construction. I suppose this ties in a little bit to what was just discussed, except I'm a little more negative. It's not the silver bullet, but it's important. Why is it not the silver bullet? Each height or each type of alternate construction has a maximum height and it has a sweet spot. CLT, for example, mass timber. Look, if you're going to build it and make money in housing, the sweet spot's about 6. Once you get over that, it's a showpiece. People can argue with me. In Vancouver, it's probably a little closer, but having done 11 stories, had a look to 18 stories. Last time I checked, $650 a square foot construction price was not optimal for the tall stuff. Stick frame, modular, modular. Basically, you look at the US is a better split. 2/3 of the whole market's low rise, 1/3 high rise. That's more mid-risey stuff. But then even when you start to look at that, about 55% of all modular is actually panelization because it gets thrown in with modular. So again, it's got a certain spot. Total precast, the new thing, 2024 is the sweet spot, can do higher, cold form steel, etc., etc. What do the future projects look like in the Greater Toronto Area? 70% of them are over 30 stories, so that gets rid of almost all of those on the high-rise side. 21% might fit into total precast, but total precast doesn't fit everything, which leaves us with 9.5% of all units. Only 14,000 of them being 6 floors or below. The others in that 7 to 8 maybe could move over, and 9 to 12 becomes more challenging. So the challenge we have is the idea's good, but in terms of the impact on the apartments, which is 70% of all the units, it's probably going to be a lesser. Then on low rise, modular and whatnot's amazing, and it still does have value on sort of those low rise apartment buildings. The problem with low rise is if you go 2015 to 2024, we were churning out 36,000 of these. Now we're down to 27,000. So we're moving over as it drops off. That's why it needs more support. And I think it was mentioned earlier, we need the support for as you would do with manufacturing, which means you get to see revenue. The peak of low rise, by the way, was 66,000 in 2002. We're less than half that now. My bet on the future is going to be a kit of parts. I met with Procore at some event earlier this year, and that's what we're looking at. Good approach to housing's working. Again, like Mike's saying, basically this shows you that stuff was affordable in 2005 and in 2025, it's just not affordable anymore. It's not working. Hasn't been working for 20 years and we keep tweaking the same thing. Build Canada homes. I like it. To do nothing is capitulation. I don't get why everyone's upset about it. Oh no, someone's going to actually build affordable homes. It's the end of the world. They're not going to build them. They're going to manage the process. I just don't want them to operate them. Now, this is actually a picture of the house I grew up in. As you can see, it's a bit of a shite hole. And it has mold everywhere, cracks in the wall. And that's what happens when someone takes care of a house and doesn't take care of it. The gas fireplace didn't work because they once had a gas leak. And then the gas fireplace was deemed so dangerous they never switched it on again. So that got rid of one form of heating in the house. And this was a relatively well-maintained home. And that's what happens. That's why my sisters get asthma. So I'm big on, yeah, let's build affordable homes. They just got to be ran properly and be given budgets, or this is what happens to them. Core issue, I think NIMBYism was mentioned a minute ago. Basically, it's still rampant. It's not been addressed at all. It's not been touched, not been dealt with, just been ignored. Great example from the weekend. Club Links looking to do some stuff up in Kanata. OMB says yes. Supreme Court says yes, in effect. Mayor says no. So the project's going to go ahead. And then the mayor and everyone are happily talking to the press and how they're going to block the project with easements and stuff like that. Like, this is just lunacy. Absolute, complete and utter lunacy. Makes no sense. This is a broken system. I created a new Hope-O-meter because I had a hot dog-o-meter for how cool Toronto was at eating hot dogs. Where am I right now? Basically, fairly pessimistic with a little bit of optimism because I kind of like the direction the federal government's going in. And I don't like the direction anyone else is going, so I figured they're about a third. Next steps for transformation. I suppose this is just me being a bit tongue-in-cheek to a degree, but get rid of all taxes and levies, including inclusionary zoning, upload all planning permit approvals to the provincial level and streamline, get rid of urban planning entirely, outsource all engineering reviews to a third party, move all documents to digital, mandate BIM for every single project, get rid of zoning, free up way more low-rise development. One building code for Canada. This is absolutely silly how many different building codes and different codes and stuff we need. Help Build Canada be successful. And then can the government please get the hell out of the way so we can build stuff again? And then thank you. And that should be right on time.
As you always are. So we do have about 6 minutes for questions. So I'm going to go to the chat because there's some
How do you know I want to answer questions?
Well, we've got a couple. So
Okay.
to start where you were kind of ending off, Do you have any thoughts or comments you want to make on strong mayor effectiveness? The question was specific to London with temporary shelters, but I think your Ottawa example is great. So any thoughts or comments on the strong
I
mayor
think all
position?
housing should be removed from the municipal level. I think that not because they're necessarily bad at it. I think the political influence they face and the political pressure they face isn't fair on the municipalities for them to be able to cope with the state of housing where we're at, and they need relief from that. It's the same idea with the DCs. I don't blame the municipalities. This is a provincial federal challenge. It's the same idea. But to leave the problem we have, the scale of the problem with 400 municipalities, I know it's not that many built, but it just defies logic. It needs to be centralized so we can move at speed.
So move it up, and then you're eliminating that.
Yeah, just again help them out almost as well, so they can get out of the way a little bit, because you know what NIMBYs are like. They can be a death row for a councillor, and it's not really the councillor's fault. He gets a lunatic that he has to deal with.
Sure, and then this is a topic that people are dancing around: taxation. So I think everyone agrees taxes, fees, levies are too high. What do we do though? Because at some point, someone's got to pay for something. Like how do you tax housing? Property tax versus DCs.
Housing?
Well, this is part of the question. What are your thoughts on taxation related to
defies
housing?
any form of logic. We're taxing the most essential need we have right now. All taxes should be suspended for the future, and that entire country needs to relook at how it runs its tax system, including how municipalities receive funding for infrastructure. Again, why can't infrastructure be uploaded to a provincial level, and instead of buying one community centre a year like a municipality, we can buy 10, 20 of them at a go. We can buy 100 schools in one go. That's when the kit of parts, the manufacturing can come into play. If you standardize school design, why would you start building them in a kit of parts and dropping them in? And the challenge we have right now is everything's so segregated, we can't move. Each city has its own rules, and we've got provincial code, and then we've got national code. None of it ties in. The whole thing's just tied up in red tape, layer upon layer of it.
And then looking at social housing and co-op housing, is this a way to deal with the housing crisis without causing a further fall or drop in housing prices?
I think it's the most important bit, and I've said that for years. I think we should be building 300,000 or 400,000 social and affordable houses, and the Fed should be backstopping the entire thing. Now, I don't think they should build it, but they should be providing the money and the solution to get us there, and I'm hoping that's where they're going to head. But we need massive volumes of them. The only way to do this quick is modular, which is why we need more low-rise, because you can churn a low-rise house in less than 12 months. High-rise takes too long right now.
Looking at NIMBYism. How would you address it? I think everyone knows it's a problem.
I'd have to. So if you look at the way NIMBY works, right, there are a lot of times they're fighting for the increased house value. I was at an event with Richard, I think was it last year, and this was an idea that came up. Let them put some of that capital gain at risk. You want to fight a project. You bought the house for $500,000. It's now worth $1.5 million. A percentage of that net increase, you put at risk. You want to go fight it, but you have to put some of that capital gain at risk.
That would be a very interesting way to do it. Question on modular prefab. So there's an assumption in the question, and you'll tell us if it's correct or not. They're saying modular prefab is running at 25 to 30% capacity. How do you see getting consistent demand for production to a level that prefab is more sustainable going forward?
The federal government buys 300,000 low-rise or low-rise apartments, modular houses from them, using developers to purchase them. And then we get a 10-year commitment on modular production, and then we can start building proper size factories where we make money. And then we go from being a country where everything fails to a country where something actually succeeds.
Yeah, and so essentially you create that pipeline of orders.
Make it, and then the private sector is going to supplement it, because as soon as the modular industry shows what they can do, other people are going to go, oh, I got 5,000 units in Milton to build. Hey, I'm going to use the factory down the road.
Absolutely. And our last question, so how do you suggest Canada should address their labor shortage and revenue issues? Should they import manpower automation, revenue issues related to taxes, foreign investment, and then what would the risks associated with each be?
Well, revenue is easy. The government just needs to get out of the way and let capital investment come back to Canada, be that oil or gas. I mean, if oil and gas was actually churning at the rate it would do, the increase in tax nationally between all of the different levels of government, $64 billion a year. It's not complicated. Just turn the taps on. And then in terms of labor, we don't have a labor shortage right now. They're all losing their job. So I'm not really sure what I'm solving until someone comes up with a housing solution. And part of that is going to be moving a certain portion of the market over into modular to help a little bit, looking at automation and robots. And I still think this kit of parts idea is a future way of reducing labor until stuff like robotics and stuff makes sense, which could be 5 years, could be 10 years, could be 50 years. You never know with technology. Someone tomorrow could wake up and have a solution. And in terms of risk, there isn't very little risk with importing labor as long as it's at the level of technical proficiency you have. And we have a number of trade organizations, we have a number of unions that have training facilities, can certify people and can make sure people can operate at the level that's acceptable for the country. And I don't see that as a risk. I mean, everyone knows we're short of drywall guys, everyone knows we've been short of carpenters and stuff. Like bringing in that skill set from a number of countries, I don't see the risk as long as we manage the growth and we don't do what we've done for the last 10 years, which is mindless immigration with no growth plan.
Yeah, it's the simplest, targeted immigration.
Yeah.
So that's our time. As always, I enjoy listening to you speak, and I remain jealous. You are allowed to speak at an incredible clip. People always tell me that I speak so fast, but I guess when you're an economist, you can get away with it. But thank you as always. Very knowledgeable presentation, and we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if we can get the Honorable Minister Dan Williams to join me on the screen here. So here he is, and thank you very much for taking time out of your day. It looks like we've got a wonderful backdrop of Alberta with you. My brother's out there, and so I'm always jealous when it comes to hiking and just the beautiful nature of Alberta. So a quick introduction, and then we'll turn it over to the minister. So Dan Williams was first elected in 2019, and he was re-elected in 2023 in the riding of Peace River. He currently serves as the Minister of Municipal Affairs, previously having served as the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction. Prior to being elected, he came from industry, and so he also worked with the Sand and Gravel Group, and he is a strong advocate for business. And so we'll turn it over to Dan.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Just checking, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. You never know about tech. I am in beautiful Alberta, in Jasper today. And if I've washed my face out, it was only to make sure you guys can see the beauty behind us. As Jasper's rebuilding after the devastating fires, I think it's an appropriate place for us to talk about housing. If we have any successes, I'm highly aware that we also have challenges, and Jasper is a good example of challenges. That I heard a lot of Marlon's presentation, and it sounds a bit like Jasper. Toronto isn't too far off some of those challenges. Imagine putting a national park bureaucracy on top of a municipal bureaucracy, and you'll get some of the challenges we had. So today, I want to talk to you guys about a couple of things, and I'm going to do something unusual for a government minister and politician. I'm going to try and start by making an argument to bring you along to think about how and why we think about housing the way we do in Alberta. And I'm highly aware that Alberta is not Ontario, and I'm highly aware. We're good. And I'm highly aware that we can put the slides up in a minute if you need to. I'm highly aware that also Alberta's challenges are unique to us, and if we've had successes, it's not necessarily a one-to-one carryover into the Ontario market or British Columbia or other parts of the country. There may be some good learnings, and I'm also highly aware that I'm new in the ministry. I have some experience in it, and I'm going at 1,000,000 miles a minute, trying to get up to speed. But it was my predecessor, Rick McIver, that you guys first invited out to talk about Alberta and what we've done, where we've seen some W's along the way, and where we see challenges ahead still. So I know that it's too bad that we didn't have Rick here to join us, and it's also too bad that we have to go through screens today. But I can tell that you guys are a passionate group of folks. I met with industry here in Alberta recently at the Build conference, talked about some of the things that we're planning to do. But I know that everyone in the industry, whether you're talking about the builders, the planners, financing it, regulating it at a municipal level, and especially in the private sector, there's a passion for shaping our built environment and for building what Canadians know as their home. This idea of home, I think, is just an incredibly salient and timely one for us to consider to some degree. What this idea of home is. Home is not just at a practical level, as we know, homes for individuals that we build for families to live and work and play in Ontario and Alberta and the East Coast and the West Coast across this country. It also is the idea of the country itself. We build our homes first by individual homes, neighborhoods, provinces, and eventually the idea of our country is informed by who we are. And this idea of home is fundamental to the philosophy of why we do what we do in Alberta, and why I think any government should be so emphatic about the rate, the speed, the efficiency, and the manner in which we build attractive, family-friendly, livable communities. And I'm fundamentally an Aristotelian at heart, so I'm not going to swing from one side to the other. Alberta needs to continue pushing the limits on reducing red tape and barriers, and we'll go over as much of that in detail and have time for questions and answers. But we also have to understand the reason why we're doing it. I don't want to remove all government involvement when it comes to, regulation, because there are things that are important for the market to be stable, predictable. If a government's doing its job, not getting in the way, not slowing things down fundamentally, not working fundamentally as an obstruction rather than enabling, that we do have an important role to play in what that looks like. And the idea of crafting the home for Albertans who, when they close their eyes and open them, when they're in a suburban or urban neighborhood, they know it's Alberta. They know it's a place that they love and that they cherish. I'm going to quote Roger Scruton, one of my favorite public thinkers from the UK, recently passed away. And he said, quote, "We are needy creatures, and in our greatest need is for a home, or oikos in Greek, the place where we are, where we find protection and love. We achieve this home through representations of our own belonging, not alone, but in conjunction with others in our community. All our attempts to make our surroundings look right, through decorating, arranging, creating, building, our attempts to extend a welcome to ourselves and others who we live in community with. There's a deep human need for beauty, and if you ignore this in our architecture and our buildings will not last, and our communities will fall, since people will never feel at home within them." So, this gives you a sense of how I think about it at a very high level. That is not a practical policy implementation. Much of this is a question of culture. But I am going to make the argument today that I think culture really matters. Alberta's culture has been a root of its success. In high levels, thinking about families and neighborhoods where we want citizens to feel at home, to belong, to be a part of our country of Canada, in our province of Alberta. In a time where Canadians increasingly don't know who we are or why, our built environment, the sense of belonging and purpose matters more than ever. And it matters not just at that abstract level, practically. If these individuals come to Alberta looking for work, as we've seen across this country, we've had 200,000 Albertans join in the last year and a half alone, this beautiful province. It's because they found opportunity here, not just at work. We need them to have somewhere to live. We need them to have a housing market that functions, where the stock is there, and we have municipal and provincial governments either getting out of the way where they don't need to be, or emphatically and actively enabling where they do need to intervene. And getting that right is so much of the challenge. And I'm going to list what we've done, and we'll talk about the policies themselves. But it flows and falls down from a culture of saying that we believe that this should be a place for families to live, to work, that is a place of opportunity. And that's so much of Canada's story too. And I know the rest of Canada wants to get back to that story, especially when you talk to industry across the country. You say, we can build, we know how. We just need to calibrate it right. We need to have government out of the way. We have to have industry with municipalities, finance, all of us working and pulling in the same direction. And so this frames a lot of sort of where we're coming from as a province. And I want to emphasize again as we go through this that I know Grand Prairie's housing market or Calgary's housing market is not Toronto's. And the challenges that we face are different than those. And it is a challenge for sure in Toronto. We have our own set of issues here. And there's a lot of work that needs to happen. This might be a bit of a roadmap for you to model and calibrate to your own jurisdictions. And so this tells you a bit about how we as a government think about it. And fundamentally, the government is a coalition builder. And there's no one but the provincial government that can do that coalition building. It needs to happen at a provincial level where we have the constitutional authority. There's no municipal level of government in the Constitution. That's a creation of the provinces through acts of legislatures. And they're enabled to do local work. And it's good that we have them doing it to a degree. But if there's not a coordinated plan from the province to figure out how we're going to enable private industry and private capital and the growth of the economy to allow the conditions that are necessary for a growing housing market, then no one will do it. It has to start at the provincial level. And I'm all for local autonomy at municipal level, but I fundamentally understand that they are creatures of the province. And if the system that they have is broken or not working in one jurisdiction, it's our job to make sure that they get on track and they're pointed the right direction and they're worried about their core responsibilities. And if they're not delivering on it, then we have a responsibility to make sure we course correct as a province at that system-wide level and clear obstacles. It's in this light that I want to thank you for embracing transformation and building faster homes as the theme for your conference. I think it's timely as a country. We've seen a federal government that seems interested in moving forward with them. I've met with Minister Gregor Robertson talking about how Alberta has in many ways led the way across the country. We want to do more and we're not taking our foot off the gas. I think that is a national crisis for us. There's a crisis for us for obvious reasons, that there's a housing shortage, but that creates a problem for us in every other way. If people don't have homes, if they don't feel like they belong to a community, if they're increasingly feeling like they're temporary and transactional, if they can't have access to home ownership because of the cost, then we have a detriment to the quality of the way our citizens feel like they belong. And that has a many factor knock-on effect that I think any government should be absolutely alarmed by. The good news is the federal government is no longer saying there's no housing crisis. They know there is, and they're taking action. And I think that it's going to be incumbent upon governments to at times get out of the way and other times use forceful action to make sure that we're coordinating and organizing that system provincially to the benefit of the folks that want to build and live and create a life in our provinces. And Alberta has taken that to heart. And so we've seen incredible growth in the province of Alberta. And we see that we have a need to continue pushing the envelope where that is. So we'll talk a bit about what we've done and also next steps. So we'll pull up the slides and we'll go to slide 2. So for housing in this file, it's new to me, but it's not just like any other file. The impact of what it means for a community, for an economy, and for society is highly consequential. And as a policymaker, I take that to heart every single day. I work with my colleague, Minister Nixon, who deals with a lot of the low-income housing and accessible housing side of the file when it comes to subsidies and incentivizing. But we fundamentally know that at the heart of this is a relationship that needs to happen between industry of all sides, the provincial government, and increasingly we see a federal government trying to come in. They haven't always historically been helpful to that end when it comes to pushing building code. Great to have a national building code. It's fundamentally a constitutional provincial right, and for good reason. We see all sorts of costs added as they try to increase standards, whether it be in the energy side, for efficiency, or all the way across the board, that has no calibration for affordability and how they think about it. And that, I think, will be a key question of whether this federal government is serious about affordability and a good litmus test for what direction they're going to be going. And so we have this responsibility at the provincial level, but we know that we're not able to do it alone. And fundamentally, it will not be the provincial government. And I think whatever the federal government believes, it will not be the federal government that builds our way out of this. It will be industry that builds the way out of it. And this, again, is an important fundamental principle on how we think about housing and the crisis we're facing, or some of the crisis that we've mitigated in the province. So let's start with a snapshot of housing from the West, in particular in Alberta. And I'm not trying to boast here, but there is a huge amount of potential opportunity across the country to see some of what we've done. According to CMHC, to keep pace with demand, home building in Canada must increase by an average of 6.5% every year for the next decade. In the first half of 2025, housing construction actually only grew by 3.5% compared to the same period last year. Go to slide 3. The national figure was dragged down by steep declines in Ontario, nearly 25%, and BC, 8% decline. Some Canadian cities like Ottawa and Montreal have fared well, while others have not. Toronto saw a 44% drop. Vancouver also a massive drop of 10%. Meanwhile, Alberta moved as a sole jurisdiction of note in the opposite direction. The first half of 2025, Alberta recorded 27,000 plus housing starts, a 30% increase over the same period in 2024, and on track to set another record year this year. Calgary was up 32% as a province's largest economic driver of private industry, and Edmonton, as our capital city and second largest city, grew by 29% housing starts. And here's a striking fact. Without Alberta's surge, the national starts would have fallen by more than 2% instead of having risen by 3.5. Despite making less than 13% of Canada's population, Alberta delivered nearly a quarter of the country's housing starts for this year so far. So some of what's driving that demand, of course, as we see a growth in our economy and Alberta open for business and trying to make sure we double down on this age-old idea of the Alberta advantage when it comes to tax competitiveness, when it comes to letting industry thrive, when it comes to the oil and gas industry, which we heard about is a major factor, not just in Alberta's economy, but countrywide when it comes to GDP. And that system is now is what I want to turn to around the response that the provinces have had to wanting to move to more housing starts in spite of already leading the country. It depends on how quickly and predictably we can move projects from an idea on paper to a home where we have developed and a family moving in. Timelines is fundamentally essential to how we think about it at a government level and where we try and find proof points and key metrics for where we're measuring our own movement as a province, but also municipalities as well. We know how critical it is to have timing to a project be predictable. Of course, we all want to shorten that timeline, but the predictability is key to having industry confident in terms of their investment and how they allocate their resources and their capital. While comprehensive, updated province-wide approval timelines are still pending, and we do have a telling data from individual municipalities. For example, Calgary in 2024 saw the city issue more than 18,000 residential building permits, including 27% a rise in single detached home permits and a 28% bump in multifamily projects compared to the previous year. The city also introduced a 30-60-90 process to manage incomplete applications more efficiently, a trend towards responsiveness that many municipalities should emulate. In Edmonton, Q4 of 24 saw improved processing times when it came to permitting. Developed permit applications for greenfield project averaged 10 days with an 87% completed within a 20-day target. And they're using everything from AI to having a cultural change in terms of how their city administration approach the idea of permitting and collaboration with private industry and individuals as they start develops. Infill projects, which are naturally more complex, average 71 days with 36% meeting the target of just 40 days. This is starkly different than we see in many of the jurisdictions that have now very, very challenging housing supply stock. Plus, certificates of occupancy are also being fast-tracked in these municipalities as well. Alberta municipalities issue over 45,000 of these certificates annually, taking on an average of 5 to 10 business days this year compared to 7 to 14 in the previous year. The trend is clear. Where we have the data, especially when provided at a municipal level as we're creating the provincial-wide tracking still, Alberta is showing that approvals and certification processes can move rapidly and adapt, not with red tape, but with responsiveness to the market and to individuals and industry as they go to have more housing starts to meet the market demand. Improvements and approvals is not the only part of the story. To really understand the state of housing, you also have to look at the health of the industry itself, how builders such as yourselves, financiers, developers, are responding and where pressure points are and what trends are shaping our growth and where we have obstacles still. So when it comes to the health of the industry, one real sign of market resilience here in Alberta is the strength of rental construction. Nearly 48% of all housing starts in 25 are rentals, with 21,000 units under construction as we speak. You have to understand that with all these numbers, when we talk about totals, we're talking about a province of just under 5 million people. That's a direct response to population growth and changing demand that we've seen with the Alberta's Calling campaign that saw hundreds of thousands of citizens from across the country come to Alberta for an opportunity to be a homeowner, to have a new job, to have lower taxes, and have the opportunity to raise a family and begin a new life in the province of Alberta. Yet, challenges persist when it comes to this side. Labor shortages, as we see across the country, are continuing to be a challenge, and that will continue for the foreseeable future. Fluctuating material costs, high interest rates, and national pressures continue to add challenges. It's not just Alberta, obviously, but the question is how we respond to many of these, where there is government involvement around red tape, or where we see municipalities, or for that matter, the province in its permitting process, slowing things down or adding unnecessary costs to a process. We are taking action, and you'll see that when we get to the next steps, I have a mandate letter that was released, I think, just yesterday from the Premier, where housing, affordability, and automatic yes, amongst others, are going to be a key part of the mandate for me over the next 2 years before the next provincial election. We'll go to slide 4. Province-wide effort when it comes to coordinating and individual municipalities working to the same end. So to wrap up the provincial snapshot, what I want to focus on is the encouraging side of how balanced Alberta's housing activity has been this year. Of course, Edmonton and Calgary are leading, but mid-sized cities are strong contributors as well. Lethbridge in our south, which is the heart of our shallow natural gas area, along with our agri-food processing industry, rose 26%. Grand Prairie, which is the heart of a lot of the oil gas up in my neck of the woods in the northwest, saw a 112% increase, and Red Deer along the QE2 corridor saw an increase as well of 2%. This tells us growth is not just concentrated in the large markets. We have geographic population growth all the way across from the far north to the far south. And in fact, some of our mid-sized communities are now building at higher rates per capita than we see in our largest municipalities and urban centers of Edmonton and Calgary. It's a lesson worth considering for jurisdictions when it comes to land supply, infrastructure, and approvals aligning across the province, and where you can have a cultural push, which the ministers responsible have been emphatic with municipalities in trying to incentivize at a relational and at a systemic policy level increased housing starts, as we've recognized housing was going to be key to the province and our success far before we saw any movement on this at federal or other jurisdictions across the country. And so when the system is designed to move projects forward at an individual municipal level and at a provincial level, we see pressure doesn't just fall on a few urban corridors. It's spread across the province and aligns with the job market and where you see people wanting to go in order to raise a family. So what can jurisdictions across the country learn from Alberta? Ontario, for example, and its challenges. Well, there's a number of them. The strong demand needs a strong and coordinated response. The province has a part to play in this. And I think that it's fair to say that zoning has not been effective in many parts of our country. And I think it needs to be tailored to the needs, and where there needs to be more of an interest at the provincial level when it comes to zoning, when it comes to permitting, when it comes to making sure projects continue. You have to remember the province fundamentally has a constitutional authority and delegates these responsibilities to municipalities. So if you see a need, there should be strong action from a smart provincial government to say we're in the way here, or we need to take action in order to enable families to have homes. And we also know that the housing story shouldn't only be in our urban centers. Ontario has a huge challenge surrounding this, especially when you look at the GTA. So do so many other municipalities that have geography that create limits. But where and when you can, you should be looking at policy tools and reforms that allow you to expand the geographic area and relieve some of that pressure just on the larger centers. I know Alberta is different, and I know we're a big flat prairie short of the beautiful mountains behind me. So we have a different set of circumstances, but where you can incentivize that and use policy mechanisms to it, I think it's key. We'll move to slide 5. So reforms when it comes to moving forward at a municipal and a provincial level. So the work began with Premier Smith with previous mandate letters and my predecessors for every applicable ministry to re-examine policies and programs to see how we could do more to enable housing. So this would have everything from finance to seniors, community and social services to municipal affairs, along with a number of other important departments to say, look at your policies, look at how they interface with industry and municipalities, and make sure that we're moving forward to unlock potential that is there within municipalities. And my work that I've stepped into has been a huge success with my predecessors in making sure that we lead municipalities with a policy vision. We collaborate them where we need to, with them where we need to, and where we need to have both the province and municipalities out of the way. We take serious action with the Minister of Red Tape Reduction, whose dedicated responsibility is to enabling more growth and reducing the burden on citizens and industry so that they can continue to do the work that they signed up for, that we're seeing huge effects to that end. In 2024, we adopted the Alberta Building Code, harmonized with national standards. But in Alberta, we set Tier 1 as the baseline for energy efficiency, giving builders a clear starting point while balancing the need for efficiency of energy with affordability. And this was a key policy consideration. And I seriously don't think you do your job as a policymaker at a provincial and national level if you are not considering as a key fundamental input affordability as you make these decisions around building code and the 20 odd that each of us have responsibilities for in the provincial level. Often it's uncertainty around building code that ends up causing so many of the challenges when it comes to the investment that individuals or industry make when it comes to housing starts. By setting clear and predictable baselines allows us to make sure that we have predictability and stability in the market, which is great in so many levels. Industry knows where they can invest. We can continue a labor force that knows that they have a path going forward, and we're not stagnated for months on end before they begin with uncertainty around approvals. So you'll see more action here when it comes to the province and taking steps to make sure we have predictability. So avoiding delays and red tape has been key. We had Bill 50 that continued to move forward on the province around stronger predictability on licensing and better warranty dispute resolution. Bill 20 as well made public hearings more accessible, but truncated them as well to understand that they can't be used as some sort of tool for NIMBYism where we need to see development, we need to have community input, but I don't think it's fair to say that it should be a tool to prohibit new families from also having that dream and opportunity of incentives. I should also say that in my mandate letter, the Premier's been emphatic. There will be an automatic yes policy coming to Alberta when it comes to permitting at a provincial and municipal level. And the details of that are yet to be determined. But I'll be working with industry to make sure that we get that right and talking to the municipal associations. We've worked collaboratively with our associations because by and large, I don't know a municipal leader in the province that truly wants to see less development. They're just in a jackpot between different interests, local interest groups, advocates, sometimes a very strong NIMBYism sentiment, and we need to free them from that, as was said by the previous speaker. And so we're looking at ways that we can do that through provincial legislation to say that you guys have an important job to play at the municipal level, but let's help you get to the end of seeing more approvals with low risk routine activity for permits replaced for these confusing and long delayed, often discretionary decisions made, where they're often doing it in an attempt to de-risk themselves as individuals, as officers at the municipal level. They end up creating delays and burdens that end up becoming really consequential at an aggregate policy level when it comes to the province's housing stock and housing starts. So let's pause there as I just do a little wrap up. I've gone on much longer than I hoped. There's huge work going on in the province when it comes to the mandate letter of what I'm going to do in our automatic yes, construction codes working group, working with industry as well on a number of different files when it comes to looking at accelerating development. Fundamentally, all of this flows out of a question of culture and why are we doing what we're doing. We believe that Albertans should have an opportunity at home ownership, that homeowners make for terrific citizens that love the province and the community, want to contribute, want to donate to charities, want to volunteer on the sports teams. They want to hold jobs down and be part of a community for decades to come. That is why we build homes. We need to be, as Brad Wall says, finish the sentence politicians. The former and wonderful Premier of Saskatchewan would say all the time that we start saying we want to build homes, but in industry or in government, especially in my side of the aisle, conservatives, we don't finish that sentence and say we want to do it because we want to see families thriving. We want to see our provinces growing. We want to see us believe in the idea of Canada as a home and our provinces as places where we belong, where if we close our eyes and open them, we know we're in our home in Alberta, in a suburb in Calgary, or in an inner city community in Grand Prairie or Lethbridge. These are huge, huge consequential policy decisions but they flow out of a culture. And this is why I think Alberta's had great success with municipalities, because for our challenges we have, and even if they're big centers to our small ones, they fundamentally of their own want to take action and able to reduce. So we're reduce the cost, reduce the question, reduce the risk, so that they see more folks coming. And there's a huge incentive to that end. So with that, I'll pause. I'm sorry I've taken so long. I appreciate so much the opportunity of you all inviting me here today. And hopefully we have a couple minutes for questions. Turns out I had more to say than I thought, Andrew.
Well, and I think we were very happy to hear it, and so thank you. I think your message was very powerful, but also very positive. And I love, just that finish the sentence, right? Build housing because. We probably have time for one quick question. In the context of the federal housing policy, there seems to be a focus on off-site construction. Are you supportive of that, and do you see the province pursuing that path?
I mean, I don't see a problem. I think that's something that I'm happy to see market needs dictate. And I fundamentally don't think that government will out-innovate industry. And I think that largely, if there has been a question of the construction and home building industry not following certain paths in terms of the methods of construction, it's not due to their lack of innovation or desire to see the lowest, most effective way of delivering that. I would assume to some level, and there might be throwing stones in the glass house, it's government that has regulations and set interference in the market that would drive them to say, no, we're still going to take this option. So I have no problem with that. And if it works, I'm not against it. I fundamentally believe that there's an innovative power of the private sector and the market that will drive it much more than government will. And this is one of those ones we're getting out of the way is probably more effective. I think there's a role for government to play at a national and provincial level of reducing what you guys call DCs and we call offsite levies. I think there's a huge amount around regulation and predictability, as you've heard me repeat over and over again around permitting. Those are areas that are huge opportunities for us and where we are often the problem. And I say we broadly as elected officials in government with bureaucracy and regulated bodies that regulate you. So I think that's probably where we start, to be honest. I don't want to become industry. I want to stay in my lane. I'm a government minister. There are things I need to do that I need to take action on. I see no point in me trying to step into that space where I think the industry, at least in my province, do a terrific job of that. And municipalities also largely do a good job. But I think there are places that we could collaborate municipally, provincially, where we're going to, maybe through regulation, legislation, or just good relationships and a change of culture, reduce that even more. But those are my thoughts on the low-hanging fruit and where you'll see action from our government.
Well, we really appreciate your time, and it's always important to get jurisdictional scans and get, what's working in other jurisdictions. And so for Alberta, which I think, has about a third as many people, you're building just as much housing as we are. And listening to you speak today, I'm starting to figure out why. So thank you very much for sharing your best practices and taking the time to be here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And thanks to RESCON for inviting me and having me. And I'm sorry we didn't get more time for questions, but it's an important file. You guys are doing important work on it. And don't forget the culture. Don't forget the reason why. We'll lose a public argument if all we do is throw it up without any consideration for who we're doing it for. And that's key.
Well, thank you very much. And I think we are now going to transition over to Professor Ian Lee. I'm going to do a very short introduction, but I think your presentation is going to dovetail very nicely with what we just heard. Professor Ian Lee is the Associate Professor at Carleton University in the Sprott School of Business, teaching and specifically focusing on business strategy and economic public policies. He's been doing that since 1988. And so he has done a lot over his distinguished career. And instead of me going through it, I'm going to let him do a little bit of a brief introduction on his own. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to have just a conversation on some of the more pressing issues of the day. So I'll turn it over to you to do a quick introduction, Ian.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me. I will introduce myself. I will start by saying, yes, I've been in the university for 38 years. For anybody who says, oh no, here's another, one of those academics from the ivory tower who never worked in the business world. I do want to put on the record that I was in my 20s in the 1970s and early 80s. I was 9 years in banking in Ottawa and Eastern Ontario, where I lent millions and millions of dollars as a loan manager, branch manager, mortgage manager, and eventually small business loans manager or account manager, as they were called then. So I lent an enormous amount of money in mortgage lending over those years, and I've written op-eds and I've testified before the House of Commons Finance Committee over the years about housing and, yes, economic public policy. I wrote a couple of articles on the downsizing, one on the Chrétien government downsizing. It was a peer-reviewed article, and another on the Harper government downsizing. So focusing on more the macro side of public policy. Just before I go forward, I'm not really going to talk about the macro side or the federal side, because I was asked to testify. This would be about 3 years ago. I testified several times before various committees of the City of Ottawa. And this was when we were debating expanding the urban boundary, the official boundary of the City of Ottawa. And I testified in favor of supporting it. And I've been consistently in my many media interviews on radio and on television argued that a bias is set in Canada, in the largest cities, against growing on the edges of the city. And I pointed out something because I have taught around the world many times. I teach every year in Shanghai. I've taught many times in Europe. And I've noticed that these large cities, Rome, London, Kyiv, Moscow, it doesn't matter. They expand and grow in concentric circles. So my overarching message is that we have a problem in Canada, but we don't have a national housing crisis in Canada. I argue we have a crisis in the 10 largest cities of Canada, where there is an ethos that is anti-development of housing, and especially single-family homes. And I've got data over the years that I've marshaled from CMHC elsewhere.
So let's start there. So we've got a problem in the 10 largest cities in Canada. And so the question is, how did we get here? How did this problem get going?
I argue, and I'm working from the data and my own experiences in listening to councillors, testifying multiple times before House of Commons, the Rural Committee, the Economic Development Committee, that there is in the largest cities, and I did debate, let's put this on the record, I debated very intelligent individual, Jennifer Kizamat, University of Toronto, in charge of all housing at the time. This was late 90s, early 2000. I debated her on Parliament Hill. And I have found repeatedly that our housing, municipal housing public servants, and many of our urban councillors have developed a very strongly environmentally driven antipathy to expansion of the suburban boundary. They've coined a vocabulary. We know the word. It's called urban sprawl. It's a pejorative term, and it very clearly suggests that the people in the burbs or in the edges of the city are largely responsible for many of our emissions problems and global warming. And I've done research on that we can talk about, because I challenge that very strongly. No, I do not challenge global warming. I challenge the ethos that it's all those terrible people out in the suburbs and not us smart, sophisticated people in the urban core. Full disclosure, I live in the Glebe, which is a downtown community similar to the Beaches in Toronto. And $2 million, $3 million, $4 million homes, highly educated people. And there's a very strong ethos against expanding and growing the cities on the edges. And this is on the record. This isn't some kind of a secret cabal or anything. This is well known. And so they have developed a lot of red tape and a lot of rules and regulations to prevent single family houses and new urban tracts on the edges of the city. And it manifests in the CMHC data showing average permitting is much, much longer in our largest cities than it is in other cities. And finally, Andrew, I just want to put this out there because I grew up in rural Eastern Ontario many, many years ago. So I drive across Eastern Ontario from Pembroke up in the north to Kingston in the east, down to Cornwall and Prescott on the St. Lawrence River. And I know these towns like the back of my hand. And when you drive out there outside of this official city of Ottawa into these small towns, they're just expanding like crazy. They're building houses. You can buy a single family house in Prescott for $250,000 to $300,000. That's unthinkable in Ottawa. You cannot buy an outhouse for that amount of money. Though there's no outhouse available, you get my point. And so you go to the cities of Carleton Place. These are communities that are half an hour from Ottawa, Vars and Russell, and they're building houses and selling them for $400,000. And yet they're facing the same material construction costs as in the city. One can't argue they're in some kind of a different world. The key difference is in the red tape, the rules, and the regulations that the biggest cities, including my city, the city of Ottawa, are putting in front of developers along with very, very high development fees. And I argue that they are designed to slow down and prevent as much housing as we need, that it is very deliberate and it's driven by ideological considerations.
So let's dive into some of that. So you've outlined the problem. You've outlined that it's focused mainly in the 10 cities. I went to school in Kingston, love Eastern Ontario. I also grew up in Ingersoll, so I understand the small community and how that's very different than when you get into the big 10 cities. So like looking at it, like role of government at all levels. I don't know where you want to start, but like that seems to be an area where we need to start focusing.
We do. And I want to make it even more blunt so everybody understands what I'm saying. I believe it's a human-made crisis in the largest cities by people who have a philosophical, ideological antipathy and opposition to growing new suburban populations. And I've debated people many times, I assure you. And they say, no, I support immigration. But by the way, we just can't be building endless new suburban housing tracts. Well, I argued that we've got to confront this. I support immigration, by the way. I'm one of those people that do, like many Canadians. I didn't say I support uncontrolled immigration, but I certainly support immigration. As Brian Mulroney said, we are a nation of immigrants. Well, if we're going to bring in 1/3 1 500,000, 1 million, we must build houses. And my opponents say, oh, yes, I support that. I support densification. Well, the idea that we can put 1 million people in the downtown or the urban core of the 5 cities where 75% of the immigrants move, according to StatsCan, in the urban core of 5 cities, Toronto being one of them, Vancouver another, is preposterous nonsense. First off, the land is not affordable in the downtown. As I said, I was a mortgage manager, and I lent an awful lot of money in the urban core. This was the 70s when the glebe was gentrifying. This was people that had bought the house literally at the end of the First World War, sat in it, never put a penny in. They just, hey, that's the way the house is. I leave it. I accept it. And then in the 70s and 80s, the young boomers came along and said, no, I want to make my house really, and they would buy the house and then gut it and then put in $250,000 or $500,000 of renos, okay, to bring it up to speed. So the idea that we can put that number of immigrants in the urban core, I'm putting numbers on the table to force everybody to deal with this, because they wave their arms at 50,000 feet and say, densification. Then everybody says, oh, yes, densification. What does that mean? When 5 cities, according to StatsCan and our immigration department, say that almost all the immigrants are going to 5 cities, can we really put 500,000 to 1 million people a year in the downtown of Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and Montreal and Halifax?
Well, and I think the numbers are showing that that's not a great idea. And so maybe like the expansion on urban boundaries, because as I know, that's another area you spent a lot of time focusing.
I did. And when I testified before the city of Ottawa, my testimony is on the record. Anybody can look it up if they go dig it up. I came in with all kinds of evidence and evidence-based research from what? From Stats Canada, not opinions from environmentalists or people opposed from housing. I looked up hard data. So one of the arguments put forward is, oh my God, we can't go and take up all that rural land because they're producing all the food for Canada, and we're going to starve to death, or we're going to have a shortage of food. So I dealt with that by looking up, okay, let's look at the data on agricultural production in Canada, because Agriculture Canada has awesome statistics on every crop and every agricultural area of the country. And what I found immediately was we import about 1/3 of our food, understandably, because we cannot grow blueberries in a snowbank in Ottawa in January, or raspberries, or cucumbers, and I'm not going to go through all the vegetables and fruits. So first off, we import large amounts of food because we're a northern climate. Secondly, the idea that the little farms, and I grew up on a farm outside of Ottawa in Lanark County, Beckwith Township, for those who want to fact check me. Okay, and I grew up there in the 60s, and this was well outside of Ottawa, an hour outside of Ottawa in those days. And there were real farms out there. I grew up on a real farm with real animals and barns and so forth. But the farms that ring Ottawa today and Toronto now, they're what I call hobby farms. They're not produce. In fact, first off, agriculture is 2% of Canada's GDP. When you look at the hobby farms, they're producing tiny, infinitesimally tiny amounts of food to take into the cities, to the beaches in Toronto and Lansdowne Park in Ottawa, so that the city folk can go and feel that they're getting back to nature. You know, I'm supporting locals, support the local farmers, and I'm going to have a big footprint, a big impact on Canadian society. Well, it's nonsense, because the vast production of agriculture in our country comes from Western Canada, from these huge agricultural corporations. For those who don't believe me, please go to StatsCan and go to Agriculture Canada and look up the data. It is there, and it's very visible and easily accessible. So we're not, what I'm trying to say is the idea that we're going to destroy the agricultural output, significant amounts of our country, by adding new suburbs in the rural on the edges of Ottawa or Toronto is simply not sustained by the hard empirical stats from Stats Canada.
And those seem to be some of the main arguments made around urban boundaries. And so if that's not it, it gets back to your, I don't want to necessarily say thesis, but point that it's an attitude, it's an attack, it's a NIMBYism cloaked in all of these other.
That's right. That's exactly what I'm arguing. That's exactly what I'm arguing. Look, we're the second largest country in the world. I've traveled literally around the world because I've taught many, many times across Central East Europe. I've taught in Warsaw, Poland since 1991. I've taught in Shanghai since 1997. Every year, these are in MBA programs. These are short, weeks, 3 weeks. So I've traveled to many countries, and I've been all across this country multiple times. We're not running out of land, as the op-ed in the Globe and Mail said a year and a half ago. I just about flipped when I saw that. He said, we're running out of land in Canada. No, we're not. We're the second largest country in the world after Russia. Now, Russia's very much larger. There are 11 time zones. We're 5.5. We are still the second largest country in the world. And the idea that we are running out of land, all you have to do is drive 10 minutes or 20 minutes outside of Ottawa, and you're into really rural territory. You're into what, I love that word in French, sauvage. It's very sauvage when you go 20 minutes from Ottawa. You can get lost there and run into bears. So this idea that, you know, we're sort of Shanghai on steroids in Canada is not accurate. We've got lots of land, and if we are going to support our young people and immigrants, we've got to expand the suburban boundary, because that's where the land is cheapest. Very quickly, I bought my very first house in 1976. Half a block from Hunt Club, which was the very, very, very outer edge of Ottawa. I was literally 200 meters from the edge of Ottawa before we hit the rural. Why did I buy there? Because it was the least expensive garden home I could buy in 1976. I couldn't afford it anymore. That's what young people have always done. You go to the edges because the land is far cheaper than downtown Toronto or downtown New York City or downtown Vancouver. Everybody knows that. So the land is far, far cheaper, and so it makes far more sense to support our young people and immigrants, new Canadians, by building land on the edges where the land is much less expensive than in the urban core, where it's frightfully expensive.
And then to dive a little deeper on this, I think now we've got to transition and hear your thoughts on the time for permitting DCs and some of these other barriers or blocks that we're seeing when it gets into actually increasing the supply of homes.
I've gone so far, and I didn't used to think this. I thought, you know, once the facts are just, you know, shown to counselors and they're shown to housing people and they realize the data, then they'll change their view. I was wrong. That's why I've concluded subsequently that it's driven by ideology and not by evidence-based research. This opposition to building new suburban tracts on the edges of the city and so forth. I've come to the conclusion, and some governments are, including the federal government, that we're going to have to use the powers of the government of Canada and the province to enforce significant financial penalties on these cities if they don't meet annual construction targets in the permitting and construction approval process. In other words, the federal government transfers in large numbers, people may not realize that, very large amounts of money to the municipalities, not just to individuals, not just to the provinces because of equalization. They transfer large amounts to the municipalities. And yet the municipalities in the largest cities, and remember, this does not apply to all the Canadians and all the small municipalities across Canada, Prescott and Moncton, New Brunswick, they don't have a problem. And, in Renfrew and Arnprior and in Eastern Ontario, this applies to the largest cities, and they get billions from the federal government. So if we're going to make them change, we're going to have to impose significant financial penalties on them when they fail to reform their red tape and these deliberate barriers that have been manufactured to slow down or prevent construction of housing on the edges of cities that are affordable.
So diving into some federal programs then, kind of on this theme, what do you think of the Housing Accelerator Fund? And then obviously it's a little bit early, but the Canada Builds.
I've studied the C.D. Howe era because I've always been fascinated by C.D. Howe. You know, he's a very interesting character, an American who came to Canada, self-made, wealthy, and then he became the minister of everything. And that's when my father emigrated to Canada after the war, and we built CMHC. It was created just as my University Carleton was created to help the soldiers returning from Europe, because we had this huge shortage of housing. And in 5 years, C.D. Howe, what he did is use the power of the government not to build houses. They built very, very few houses. What he did is he used their authority and their red tape. Dare I say something, and I am not a fan of Donald Trump. I wanted that on the record. But dare I say he was a early version of Donald Trump. He just went in and he really didn't respect due process that much. And he just used the authority and the clout and the power of the federal government to impose, to intimidate provinces and municipalities to step out of the way and remove the barriers to development. And so what we need is the idea that the federal government is going to build anything approximately close to the 3.5 million shortfall is just preposterous nonsense. They've got too many other things on their plate: national defense, borders, dealing with Putin in Europe, military spending. And it's not the role of the federal government to build houses. That's not the role of government is to act as the referee of the hockey game. It is not to own the hockey team or to play on the hockey team or to tell Sidney Crosby when to shoot the puck. And so I don't want the federal government to do that. I want them to use their power to create the opportunities for private firms to build houses, millions of houses. They can do it. And for those who say, I don't like your example, Ian Lee, you're just choosing small towns in Canada, and that's easy. I've also looked at cities in the States, equivalent cities. Tucson, where my only sister lives as an American citizen, same size as Ottawa, and you can buy a single family 4-bedroom house on a corner lot that's only 10 years old for about $400,000. Okay, that's US dollars. So the idea that the houses start at $1 million or $1.5 million is simply there are states and cities in the States where the development process and the permitting process is vastly faster than it is in Canada in the 10 largest cities. So for those who say, look, society's complicated, the world's complicated, we need all this red tape, there's a reason for it. That's simply contradicted by other similar sized cities in the US, some in Arizona, some in Texas, some in the southern Rust Belt states, where they do not have these incredible delays. And we have it in cities in Canada. Not all cities in Canada does it cost $1 million or plus to buy a single family home. So it can be done. For those who say it just can't be done, it can be done. I've talked to developers in this city as recently as last night who are building brand new homes half an hour outside of Ottawa and selling them for $400,000. And he said, I can get the permitting and through 5, 6, 7 times faster than the city of Ottawa.
Yeah. Very interesting.
It can be done.
Yeah. So in the chat, just to give the participants a fair shake, one person asked a question about should we develop farmland, and then there was another they're pushing back. They're saying agricultural production in Western Canada is grain, agricultural production in Ontario is fruit and vegetables. Putting them all in the same basket is misleading. And so want the question asked and certainly want to give you a chance to respond to it.
I do. Please go to Agriculture Canada. The idea, and he didn't exactly say it, but it's inferred that we are desperately responsible or dependent for fruit and vegetables on these little farms on the edges of Ottawa is simply not supported by the data. Go look at the agricultural imports. StatsCan publishes this by the month and by the year. So does Global Affairs Canada. We import large amounts of fruit and vegetables. The amount produced, I wished I had the number at my fingertips, and believe me, I can look it up. If somebody wants to write me an email after and say, okay, you promised to look it up and give it to me, I will. It is not. I mean, it's in the, I doubt it's in the 10% of total production. We import large amounts of fruit and vegetables for a very good reason. It's because 5 months of the year or thereabouts, we're not able to grow fruit and vegetables because it's too cold. Okay, so that's why we import fruit and vegetables in such great numbers. And so the idea it's going to destroy our agricultural economy is simply not supported by the reality. First off, we're over 80% services. We're overwhelmingly a services, and people write me and say, we can't all work at McDonald's. The services economy is anybody who sits every day at work in front of a computer screen. If you are working on a computer screen, you're in the services economy. I, in education, am in services. All the hospital workers, all the people in high-rise building are in the services sector. Agriculture is about 2% of GDP. So the idea that we're this huge agricultural economy is simply not supported by the data. And for those who say, I still don't believe you, please look up Agriculture Canada and Stats Canada. The data is there of domestic production versus total consumption of fruit and vegetables and the imports. We are importing.
Data is important. And as everyone knows, we're going to do a wrap-up email. And so I'm sure somebody on the RESCON team can go and we can find these stats. And as you say, the numbers will speak for themselves. And so we've got about 5 minutes left. And so I'm going to give you a choice. Do you want to talk about the importance of data, or do you want to talk about how we ensure municipalities use funds for housing? Or do you want to do a little bit of both?
Let's do the latter. I mean, I think people know that I only look up data from StatsCan or Ag Canada, any of the government agencies, including the provincial ministries. I'll be very frank, and I'm probably going to really upset some people. I don't trust other organizations because they're not professional statisticians, econometricians. That includes all nonprofits, and that includes companies. That includes unions, and I am unionized at Carleton. But Stats Canada.
So you limit it to primary sources.
Primary sources by government. Stats Canada, there's an act of parliament called Stats Canada Act, and they have a mandate. They can force all of us, including companies and employers, to provide data, including farmers. No other organization in Canada has that power or authority in law to compel the submission of data, which is why their data is so good. They also have an appropriation from Parliament that's approaching $1 billion. And there's no organization in Canada that has $1 billion or thereabouts to collect statistics. So there's no question the legitimacy and the credibility and the comprehensiveness of the data from StatsCan and Agriculture Canada and Farm Credit Corporation and Canada Mortgage and Housing and so forth. Those are my sources. But to what you were saying, I don't want to leave the idea that every mass municipality is conspiring against the greater public good. I mean, I talked to municipality. I talked to Carleton Place. I grew up, I went to school in Carleton Place. I've talked to people in Arnprior. These small towns that ring Ottawa and Toronto. You drive outside of Toronto and they're growing like crazy at the expense of the city of Ottawa that's refusing to grow that quickly. Likewise, for those who said, we're going to create the Green Belt, we're going to put an official plan around, that's going to stop urban sprawl. Well, they're sitting too much in downtown Ottawa or downtown Toronto. I urge those people listening, get in a car and drive out to rural areas outside of Toronto. Drive outside near Peterborough. Drive outside in Eastern Ontario. And you're going to see all kinds of small suburbs in the middle of nowhere, 50 houses, 70 houses, 100 houses that are being put up because lots of young people are voting with their feet. And they're jumping over the official boundary and jumping over these prohibitions, and they're going out. And what are those people doing? Well, they're still commuting into the city. So for those who say it's going to protect the environment, these people now need 2 cars to get to work. And so what they're doing is, because the price of housing is so expensive in these largest cities, they're dealing with the problem on their own by going into the rural nearby, an hour away, half an hour away, and then they're driving into work and perhaps driving in a park and then go on to the bus or mass transit. But the point is, we haven't stopped the demand for people who aspire to own their house, their single family home in the sun, in the burbs or the rural. We cannot, they've tried to mandate that away with these rules that slow down deliberately construction. And when you look at these houses that are being developed, it's not working. People will find a way to get around that.
And so we've got about 2 minutes left, and I think you've touched on a number of interesting topics. Is there something you want to leave the audience with as kind of a final thought?
Yeah, I do. And I'll say it very bluntly, and it probably really makes some people angry. I mean, and I'm older. I own my own house. I have no mortgage. I don't consult to anybody. As people accuse me of consulting to the developers. No, I don't. I have no interest. I spend all my time looking up data. So I don't consult. And nobody pays me to say this. This is just my own observations of knowing this market as a former mortgage manager and knowing that my own 2 children cannot afford to buy a house. And I know lots and lots and lots. And my students tell me all the time. Let me tell you, for you older people out there, and I'm one of them, they are angry as all get out. They think we have stacked and cooked the game against them. Young people are overwhelmingly very angry and very frustrated because they see these rules as working against them. And so the people in the urban core and the progressive people on housing have created a situation that is causing great damage and harm to our young people and new Canadians. And I don't think it's right. I just think it's wrong on a policy level, and I think it's morally wrong.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, we're out of time. But I think the one thing that you do offer is a unique perspective based in data that is 100% your own. And so I think that's what we ask for when a speaker comes. We want you to be knowledgeable, you want to be fact-based, and we want you to provoke and get thoughts going and get conversation going. And so you certainly have accomplished that, and we really do appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move to a panel. I think most of these speakers have been here before. I have the pleasure of introducing the 3, I guess the moderator and the 2 speakers. And so Tony Irwin, I think you've been a part of the Housing Summit since it started. He's the president and CEO of FRPO, which is the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario. They've got over 2,000 members, and they're the leading advocate for quality rental housing in Ontario. Tony has a very long career within the industry, very knowledgeable, and we're very lucky to have him here. In addition to that, we've got Corey Pacht and Tobias Orwell. So Corey is a partner and executive vice president operations at Fitzrovia. Fitzrovia is a member of RESCON, one of my favorites, if I can say that, and he's the head of investments with the firm, and he provides executive oversight of the development, construction, asset, property management teams. And then Tobias, this is my favorite part. I'm a huge fan of the Olympics. And so he's a 2-time Canadian Olympian, but that's not necessarily what he's here to talk about today. He's also the Senior Vice President of Investments at Tricon Residential, and he's responsible for providing strategic oversight and day-to-day investment management for Tricon's residential Canadian purpose-built rental apartment platforms. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to turn it over to Tony, and I'm really looking forward to this panel.
Andrew, thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Your kind introduction. Long career is really code for you're old, but that's okay. I'm happy to moderate this great panel. Wow, we're quite a lot of tough acts to follow. A lot of great conversations have happened before this one. FRPO, pleased to have been part of this summit from the start. And so, I was thinking about things I might say after listening to folks like Marlon and others who have really summed up well what's happening today in the development industry broadly, which is not a lot. And what's the solution? Get government out of the way. Great, we're done. There's no more need for us to talk about anything. No, not quite. But we'll sort of just drill in a little bit in the next 27 minutes or so on rental housing development specifically. How can government and industry collaborate on policies that support the rental housing development that's so needed? And certainly it's, we believe, and listening to Professor Lee talk about young people's anger and inability to get into the housing market. Certainly I see and hear plenty of that myself. And so, of course, it is our strong view that that only, I think, makes a stronger case for the need for more purposeful rental housing in more communities. It is very important. A part of the housing continuum. All housing types are important, but certainly it is our view that purposeful rental housing does play an important role and does need to be prioritized and supported as we go forward. And so with that, I want to just start with my great friends Corey, who was with me last year, and Tobias, who has agreed to join with us this year to have a bit of a conversation. These are two experts who I respect greatly and work in the space every day in the trenches, navigating all of the red tape and the complexities and the challenges and the NIMBYism and on and on and on to try to build great product, build great rental housing for people who need it. And so let's just start, guys, with Build Canada Homes. It's been talked a little bit today before now, but I'd love to get both of your quick impressions. Some of the high-level summary: $13 billion in capital to establish Build Canada Homes, 6 federal land sites through Canada Lands, prioritized to build, I think, 4,000 factory-built homes in a number of communities. 1.5 billion for the Canada Rental Protection Fund, and that Build Canada Homes has really been designed to scale large deals, to streamline financing and leverage federal land procurement, and providing loans, loan guarantees, equity investments, and so on. So I think most people have probably at least a baseline knowledge of what was announced when Build Canada Homes was launched just about 10 days ago or so by the Prime Minister and the Federal Housing Minister. Would love to hear both of your thoughts. I've had a bit of time now to digest what we've heard so far. Would love to hear your thoughts on that so far. Corey, let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks for having me back on, and apologies, I have my background set up here, so you just got a great box. I don't know what happened, and I don't know how I compete with the Olympian introduction. The best I can offer is house league hockey career growing up, but we'll do my best here. Yeah, in terms of our perspective, so look, I think it's a step in the right direction. It's nice to see action, and I think any action is helpful. I also, my view of it, my personal view is it's probably maybe a half step back from the original promise around the government building it all themselves. I think there's a lot more about collaboration with the private sector, which we obviously think is the right thing. So it's nice to see that. I also think they chose a really great leader to spearhead that, and Anna has experience both on the private and the public side of things. So I think she's going to be an incredible fit to help roll out the program. So all of that was really positive. And I think there will be some action that comes out of it. I think modular is really important. I think affordable housing is really important. And so I think their ability to execute on what was put on paper, I guess we will see. But I think that they are trying really hard, and I'm excited by what was put forward. I also think that there was a fair amount of private sector engagement in advance of rolling it out, which I think is really important. So I think the intention is there. It is definitely not going to be the silver bullet to solving the problem. And I think, one of the themes that will probably come up in this session, I'm sure Tobias is aligned, is that, there's no one magic answer here. It's going to need to be a lot of different policies that stack on top of each other. And depending on the project and the deal, you'll pull from, 2 of these different incentives or 3 of those. And depending on the one, you'll sort of craft the best way to get it executed. But this will not be the answer, but is certainly encouraged by what was rolled out.
Great thoughts. Tobias, what's your take?
Yeah, totally agree with everything Corey said. I think it's extremely well intentioned. I think they got the right person for the job. It's great to see that there's a single agency with a single person that you can point to and say they are in charge of doing this thing. I think that keeps people accountable. It creates responsibility around the issue. It's also clear that I think they're trying to build this plane while it's in the air. And I don't know that's necessarily a bad thing. They could have made this announcement a year or 2 later with a little bit more planning and thinking. But we're in an emergency situation right now, so to some extent we gotta figure it out as we go along, and the details will come into focus on this in particular. I have some issues with modular housing and the feasibility and viability of that kind of stuff, but by and large, super happy that it's in place. I think the intentions are well placed, and I think that bodes well for all of us, basically.
Yeah, I guess I think we would all agree. I know we would all agree, the three of us, that first of all, there is a need for affordable, deeply affordable housing, absolutely, and we agree with that. We also agree that private market providers, it's not our we are not positioned to be able to provide that. We can be part of the solution, as we all know, and through various partnerships with government and with nonprofits and so on. But people look at me and say, "We need that, and your member should be solving that," and we can't solve that. So I think that's what I am sort of hopeful about Build Canada Homes, because I do think it's clear to everyone that we do need more of that type of housing. It's all about how we go about it, and I think, as I think Marlon said, government should not be building it. That we let the experts who build know how to build, let them do that. Utilize the people with the skills in the areas where you need it, not try to make someone do something or that's clearly not within their skill set. So hopefully we'll continue to monitor obviously how this goes, and yes, obviously many of us are good friends with Anna Lyall and have relationships with her, and so great to see her as the CEO. So that's just wanted to start by getting your sort of thoughts about Build Canada Homes. Lots more to see about this as it evolves and unfolds, but I think we're all encouraged with what we've heard so far, and I think we all need reasons to be encouraged these days. So we'll go with that. Want to just pivot to sort of current market perspectives from you both. I've got in my notes here that from rentals.ca and Urban Nation recent report that asking rents in Canada, the headline was asking rents in Canada fall for the 11th consecutive month in August. So we know rents are moderating, vacancy is up. I think that's been talked about as well earlier today. And so to some, that means problem solved, like we're good. Nothing more to see here. You can move along, move on to something else. And so, of course, nothing is ever as straightforward or simplistic as a headline. Curious to know what both of you are seeing in your portfolios, and what your sense is of the market generally. I know you build in different markets, but just so it's never easy to ask you to generalize necessarily in this, but just you can choose to take the answer however you like. But just what are you seeing? What are your sort of thoughts about that? And we know that again, while many rental units have been delivered over the past few years, I think we both know what the next few are likely to look like. So we'd love to hear your sort of thoughts based on your own sort of portfolios and what you're seeing today, your thoughts about some of these points. We'll go, Tobias, we'll start with you. In an attempt to mix it up, we will go to Tobias first.
Yeah, Tricon's portfolio is entirely built since 2019. But I would say by and large, we're experiencing the same sort of decline in metrics that you described over the last 12 to 18 months. And, in a nutshell, rents are down from where they were 2 years ago. Largely on the back of huge amounts of supply. We're primarily in downtown Toronto. That's where a lot of the condominium and shadow rental market supply has been delivered. So, those investor landlords, if you own 1 unit, 2 units, even a handful of units, if any of those units is vacant, you have an extremely high vacancy rate. So it's hard to stomach vacancy when you own, a small portfolio like that. So it's understandable that they're just trying to build their units and maybe are a little bit less disciplined with pricing than someone who has the benefit of a large portfolio. So that all makes sense. I think the general sentiment that there's a lot of supply and so rents are down, mission accomplished. Part of that rings true. Like supply brings rents down. That's what we tell everyone, and I think that is a good proof point for that. The unfortunate part of it is that we don't live in a static system where the number of people remains the same every year, and even the number of housing units remains the same every year. So while that might be accurate for right now, fast forward a couple of years where that lack of certainty and clarity on where rents are going for the next couple of years produces effectively no supply starting in 28, 29 and onward. I think the pendulum is just going to wildly swing back in the wrong direction, and we're going to look back collectively and say, wow, we should have started more during that time, not for lack of trying, obviously, but you know, on the one hand, the rent going down story is exactly the proof of, you know, supply working and doing its job. On the other hand, we have to figure out how to do it in a balanced, sustainable way over time and not sort of overbuild and underbuild and keep swinging back and forth like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey, what are you seeing?
Yeah, well said. Our portfolio is largely made up of similar type of product as Tricon, filling the same pain. Like we would say headline rents, gross rents are probably down 10, 11, 12%. And so I'd say it's bigger than the headline numbers. And obviously when you're playing in the, you know, the higher end of the rental market with new product, you're going to see more variable. The other issue is that concessions have expanded as well. So net effective, I would argue that rents are down like high teens, even 20% from where peaks were. Now, depends on, you know, the perspective that you're taking, but on one hand, that's great, right? Like we need rents to come down. We need prices to come down. Like that's exactly what we're trying to accomplish. And to Tobias's point, I think it proves what everyone has been preaching for a really long time. It's a supply problem, right? Like we had more than double the 10-year average deliver in 2024, more of the same in 2025. 2026 is actually another peak year. So I don't think that goes anywhere. I think rents, you know, are probably bottoming out and they're probably going to stay flat, but they're certainly not going up for a little while. My hope is that the takeaway there is, okay, we need more supply. We don't need to mandate affordable. If we make affordable work with certain products, ACLP, et cetera, that's a way to get affordable to market. But in the meantime, we need to just get market units to continue to flood the country because we've proven that it works. Now, the issue is that given that rents are down, that's what informs your pro forma for the next round of projects. And when, you know, costs are, you know, maybe down a touch from last year, but still really high when you look at the 10-year, you know, CAGR of increasing costs. Costs are still expensive to build, but rents are down almost 20%. Like the math barely worked 2 years ago. It doesn't work today. And so that means you got no new starts. You have no new condo sales. So you've got no condo starts either. Like as a citizen of the country, like I am concerned for what's coming next in, you know, call it back half of 2027 onward. Even if we change everything today and we flood the market with new supply and we go into construction tomorrow, you're still not seeing that supply for a number of years from today. So I think we are going to all be shocked with the rent growth that you're going to see come back into the market in a couple of years from now. And that's a scary thought. So I think we need to fix that ASAP.
Yeah, and that's a great, great points. And I think, you know, it's one of the things I think I get asked a lot is, well, so why is it that, like, what are the challenges around not being able to build right now? When people that don't follow this every day, don't work in the industry, they read headlines or just see whatever they sort of see, you know, consume or hear from people. And so, you know, they may have heard construction costs are down. And yes, folks know interest rates were a problem, but they've started to come down, although not as much as we would have wanted for reasons I think we all know. So, but for those, again, who are not working, don't necessarily work in this space and know it intimately, they'll say to me like, well, why isn't, why is it so tough right now when it seems like some of the fundamentals or, well, they wouldn't say that, but some of the factors are working in your favor. How come, you know, we're still, or how come you're telling us that it's not happening? And so just as you've pointed out, some of the reasons, not to mention, of course, also that, you know, product being delivered now, of course, was in the pipeline for several years when there may have been there were some different issues at play. Want to just, Corey, ask you, I mean, and I know in our sort of, when we spoke before today, I think you characterized it as, I think you called it a myth. The myth of you know, a condo to rental, the pivot, perhaps. And again, I know it's been talked about a bit earlier today as well, but would love to get, because in my travels, I hear that a lot. Oh, well, that's what's going to happen. And there's going to be sort of a big, big trend or a big movement in that direction from condo, which we're all well aware of what its status is right now, to rental. Would love to get your thoughts about that.
For sure. So I think the first thing, just to level set, like, let's not forget all the condo that's gotten built. The vast majority of it has gone into the rental sector. And so we are dramatically down on condos. If we can unlock some of those as rental, sure, that's great. But when you compare that to historical trends, the vast majority of units are rental anyways through that condo program. So you're not unlocking that new rental. Just want to level set that. Look, it's really hard to convert. And so when we get a call, I'm sure Tobias is the same thing. Every other week, a condo group is calling me just to sort of pick my brain. How do we approach it? Is it interesting? Would we partner, etc.? I'm like, before we have this conversation, let's just level set two things. Number one, double your equity check. You get no deposits and lower leverage. So twice as much equity. You need a bigger balance sheet because you don't have pre-sales. So you need more recourse, and you need a bigger balance sheet to handle that recourse from the banks. And then you need to look out 10 plus years, right? It's a long-term hold. If you're looking to build and sell right away, your margins will be thinner than you would like. Usually the conversation starts and stops there. For the groups that it doesn't, they need leverage. And so this is where it ties back to CMHC. The fact that, CMHC says we'll do 85, 90% LTC, et cetera, it's not really the case, right? Like, you have a holdback that you need to earn out. So you can only get up to 75% non-ACLP debt, and you get the rest when you stabilize the asset.
Right.
To me, that's 75% debt, right? Like, you still need to come up with the equity during construction. The concept of taking out some of that equity on stabilization is great, but that's no different than just perming out your loan on stabilization. So you really need the leverage, and I think people are struggling to get that leverage. The flips that I expect to happen would be groups that are sitting with land today that say, hey, I'm 50% out of the money on this land today. The only way I'm recovering my money and maybe breaking even if I'm lucky is to build rental. And so I'm going to try to find a way to build it because I'm not ready to walk away from this land, and I have recourse on my debt. It's not going to be net new buyers that are saying, okay, now I'm entering the market as a rental developer. It's a condo developer who owns a site, who's out of the money, that's willing to stomach a marginal return if they're lucky to do it. I do not believe this is going to be a dramatic change in the market. I think you'll see, a small amount of conversions, which is great, but it's not going to be the answer.
Right. Tobias, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think there's some element of punting a current problem to the future, or maybe like creating a little hope note for yourself in the form of a rental development. Like, if you're looking at your condo economics, which are based in the present because you have to sell right now and you lock in your costs relatively soon thereafter, and the math isn't working out, theoretically, if you build a rental, you have the benefit of 3, 4, 5 years of market recovery and rental growth. And you'll find yourself in a profitable position 3, 4, 5 years from now. So it's rental has always been more of a bet on the future than condo development has in that, because of that dynamic. And so maybe that seems attractive to developers out there whose first business plan is condo development. But yeah, like Corey said, you have that initial conversation about equity and recourse and balance sheet, and then even if that's all available and palatable, it just doesn't pencil right now, even for the rental developers who have been doing it. So it like, at that point, it also just comes to a stop.
Right. Keeping an eye on our time, see we're about 8 minutes or so to go. I just, Corey, back to you. I just want to ask your quick thoughts of the various, as I think you said earlier, and we often say in the work we do, there is no silver bullet. There's no one policy. You talked about having to stack policies, and I absolutely agree with that, obviously. So, but of the various policy ideas, we've talked about Build Canada Homes, other concepts that are being floated around, whether it be MURBs, whether it be, we know DCs, of course, have become, talked about far more, and we're actually seeing action in some municipalities on that. But just calling out those few, and there of course are others. What's if you could maybe just name one thing or a couple things quickly that you're sort of most interested in and hopeful. I know some others you might say because we've talked before, but just give folks maybe one or two things that you're really, again, we're not saying it's the one thing that will change the world, but the things that you're most sort of interested in or most eager to see. It doesn't matter what level of government, just policy idea you'd like to see move forward.
Yeah, I'll be concise and efficient given the time. DCs, but it's 100% waiver. I don't think 50% does it, but we need DCs gone. We need to look at property taxes, like post completion, annual operating taxes. These buildings traded at 25 to 30 times multiple. I feel like everyone is missing that it's the easiest way to create a massive amount of value, because it's not that much money. But it needs to be backstopped. The municipalities can't absorb that themselves. So I think property taxes need to be focused on. And a lot more money needs to be plowed into ACLP debt. I do think it's a really interesting program, but CMHC is basically out of money for the next 18 to 24 months. It's loans. It gets characterized as spending. I don't know why. It's a loan that is made to a developer. There is interest. It's repaid. It should be viewed as an investment or a loan, not dollars in the budget. And I'd really focus there. I personally don't think MERB does a massive amount for the market, given that most of the capital is pension funds who don't pay taxes. It's a nice to have, no issue with it. I just don't think that one's as big as people are expecting it to be.
Right. It is one tool, but it's people need to be, I think, evaluating these tools in terms of how what their impact will be, and so I totally understand that. Tobias, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think something that's often missed is that, in this conversation of declining rents, increasing operating expenses, and elevated costs, all of those ingredients basically make up your yield. The problem is that the risk-free rate has gone up massively over the past couple of years, right? And the investable universe outside of real estate and outside of Canada has moved along with it, especially in more liquid assets. And so when you have, and rental development has always been a pension fund capitalized business in Canada. And so, with those huge pools of capital, with the whole world at their disposal, Canadian real estate doesn't have a huge spread to the risk-free rate, if there is any spread, and looks expensive compared to other options that are out there right now. So, I don't know that this does all of it, but the help in the form of long-term, very predictable, low interest rate financing, I think, is the most powerful, and that's basically ACLP, right? That's the only option that we have out there right now, 10-year, 20-year. The problem is that, if you impose 20% of affordability along with it, you're kind of sucking and blowing. In our underwriting, it doesn't really work in Toronto unless there's a bunch of other things going on, ground leases with with the government, DC relief, that kind of stuff. You can't just go out and buy market rate land and then apply ACLP and 20% of affordable and have it work. If ACLP could be extended without the affordability, I think that would go a huge way in getting things started. The MERB I find interesting. I agree with Corey that in the pension fund capitalized business, tax deductions or tax credits are not super helpful. But I started my career in affordable housing in the US, and they have a thing called the low income housing tax credit, which is basically a syndicated tax credit that people can buy on day one. The developer collects it and uses it as equity. And then the buyer of the tax credit, who will have a tax burden in the future, can buy that tax credit from you, apply it to their current or future tax obligation. And it's a super creative, super liquid way of moving money around to help capitalize affordable housing. That would be, I haven't done the actual math on it, but that's maybe a step further than the MERB in its current proposal or in its old form, and maybe helps unclog things a little bit.
I have seen that in the US as well, Tobias. I love that. It's a great idea.
Okay. I will definitely talk to both of you about that because I'm not as knowledgeable about it as you both, and so always wanting to make sure that we're can bring the best ideas forward to government, and maybe that's one that we can delve into a bit more outside of this. I'm a couple minutes left. I see a couple questions here, and so there's one that I'm just going to, because it's something that gets asked of me a lot. And so I'm just going to sort of pose it, and we'll only have a few minutes to address it. But the question that's here is who pays for infrastructure if DCs are eliminated? How does the building sector prove that these savings are passed on to the purchaser? Municipalities have to conduct DC background studies to show the math. So I have been in many conversations where that's sort of put to me, well, you know, is this going to, sure, if we do it, or if it's done, then there better be a sort of corresponding, you know, sort of reduction in rents. And my response typically is, this is what we need just to be able to build the building at all. This isn't about, but I'll pass it on to both of you. In the last minute we have, whoever wants to jump in first, just go, one of you, and just I'm sure you have a few thoughts on that beyond my thoughts.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's binary right now, right? It's not a matter of rental developers are making unreasonably high profits because they're charging too much money. It's a matter of nothing is getting built, period. So, you know.
Right. But in terms of the question, who builds the infrastructure, Corey, maybe you can address that quickly.
Yeah, I'll sort of address it.
Sure.
DC shouldn't be at the number that they're at today. They're covering the cost of other things. That's why there's surplus DC funds. Look at the increase in DCs over the last 20 years versus any other index. They shouldn't be in the form that they're in. And I think the other misconception is that municipalities are still counting these DCs as revenue, but if no one's building the buildings, it's not revenue that's collected. And so I agree that's an issue. Who's going to cover those costs? It's going to have to be a form of all three levels of government, but it can't be. It's not going to be the private sector based on the current model, because the private sector just isn't going to build.
Right. We are at 3:30. Andrew, I don't know whether I'm throwing it back to you at this, but I believe our time.
No. I think you can actually ask another question, because our next speaker, Minister Flack, has not showed up yet, and so I'd rather you three intelligent people talk than look at me. So take another couple minutes.
It's not Flack. It's Jason Mercer next.
Oh, and I think Jason.
I apologize.
And I think I saw Jason earlier. So are we done then? I'm happy to have smart people, which is not me.
We are. Yep. I apologize for that.
Okay. Well, so thank you so much, Corey and Tobias. I know we had other things we'd hoped to get to, but better to have more topics and not enough time than not enough topics and more time. So thanks again for your participation today. And I will, I guess, Andrew, throw it back to you. Thanks again for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corey.
Perfect. I apologize for that. So we will get Jason on the. Okay. Thank you, Jason, for joining us, and apologize for the mix up on my end. I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then we're going to hear an economic update from Jason. And so Jason Mercer, you've been part of the Housing Summit for a number of years now, and so we really appreciate your efforts. And Jason Mercer is the TREB's Chief Market Analysis and Director of Service Channels. In short, everybody is always looking for good news from Jason, but I'm not sure that you've given any for a couple of years now. He has private and public sector experience in the real estate industry, previously holding positions at PricewaterhouseCoopers and CMHC. And again, he is a well-known speaker with our group, and so I'm going to get out of the way and let's hear from Jason.
Sounds good. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. I think it's a bit of a mixed bag today. I'll just share my screen, and maybe you can just give me a thumbs up, Andrew, if you can see the presentation.
Looks good to me.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so what I want to talk about over the next, say, 20 minutes or so, and then leave some time for questions if there are any, is just sort of, what we're seeing, obviously, in terms of, economic drivers that impact the housing market. Talk about resale, which obviously is, largely the business that our members are in at TREB, as well as our client boards around the province through PropTechs. And then sort of think about, well, how does that relate to new home sales and construction? What do we expect to see on the horizon? And obviously over the last couple of years, it hasn't been the best outlook for housing in the GTA or really across the country. But I think we are seeing some change. And thinking about how important housing is to the average Canadian household, we often partner with Ipsos to do consumer polling, and we found there's been a bit of a flip-flop over the last number of years. It's always interesting to see whether healthcare or housing is going to come up on top in terms of issues that are most important for Canadians. And certainly, when we were working our way through the election cycle and at all three levels of government over the last couple of years, it was clear that policymakers of all stripe were paying attention, because I don't think there is a platform federally, provincially, or on the local level that wasn't trying to tackle housing in some respect. And so it's obviously very important. I'll talk a little bit later about not only is it important because people need an affordable place to live and perhaps haven't been achieving that over the last number of years. But at the same time, it's very important in terms of an economic driver, especially in the times we find ourselves in today, where goods production, large ticket item production is important and will be important as we look to mitigate some of the impact of trade disputes and what have you. And so as we came into this year, and I'll revisit our forecasts in a few slides, but as we came into this year and held our Outlook event at the beginning of February, we really took a bit of a scenario approach, because the jury was still out in terms of where the economy was going to go, where the Bank of Canada was going to go in terms of borrowing costs. And we haven't seen a lot of movement. I mean, as we move through the spring, our last few press releases are showing a little bit of an uptick in terms of home sales, and that's probably on the back of improved affordability, but there's still a ways to go. And so just generally, even with affordability improving from a monthly payment perspective, there's a lot of households that do remain on the sidelines just because they're not sure where they stand in terms of their job, in terms of their income, vis-a-vis what we're seeing largely south of the border in terms of if you're working in a job or a sector that's based on exports to the United States, you're a little bit more concerned today than you were a year ago about whether you're going to be able to cover the payments on a large ticket purchase like a home. And it's interesting, right? Because when you look at what's impacting that sort of outlook, so far, we've seen the labor market hold up to the point where people's view on their personal finances has been somewhat flat. But they realize that when they think about the economy looking forward, that it could be an issue. And so I think the concern for the average household is that, hey, there's some cracks in the economy here that could impact my employment. Things are not too bad right now from a personal finance perspective, but I'm not prepared to make a lot of changes until I get a better sense in terms of where we stand in terms of a trade deal, in terms of tariffs, and how that could impact my employment in the long term. And we have started to see it actually flow through into the economy. The last part of 2024 and the first part of 2025, things held up okay, and some of that had to do with a lot of sectors of the economy looking to bolster inventories ahead of tariffs coming into effect, and that started to wane. And so in the last quarterly results, Q2, which is the latest number released by StatsCan, we did see a decline in GDP on an annualized basis for the second quarter of this year, and a lot of that was on the back of exports, as we'd expect. I mean, we're just not seeing as much semi-finished and finished goods shipping out of Canadian factories south of the border, just because of the impact of tariffs, and so that's obviously starting to have a real impact on the economy. We have seen an uptick in the unemployment rate. Not all of that is on the back of, tariff related issues. We were seeing it's, trending upwards really from, 2023 and the first part of 2024, because obviously interest rates were also having an impact on some segments of the economy, particularly those focused on consumer spending. But that upward trend has continued, and obviously again is a concern when people are thinking about what their employment situation may be in the months ahead. And the Bank of Canada also, obviously they announced an interest rate cut last week. And one of the things they're doing in advance of making their decision to raise lower or keep rates flat is trying to get a bead on where consumers are at as well. And so they're acknowledging as well that there is a lack of confidence on the part of the average household in Canada, and certainly drilling down into large centers like the GTA. And so in dealing with this uncertainty, sort of the largest or the most common answer to the question of what are you going to do to combat this uncertainty is do nothing at all, which from a housing perspective isn't great. Because if you think about where we are in terms of home sales today, in terms of new home sales today on the new construction side, things are pretty low from a historic perspective. So doing nothing, doesn't help from a growth perspective. And then you have another contingent who are saying, look, I'm even dialing back further in terms of what I intend to purchase. And so all of that's to say that when you think about the sort of realistic scenarios that I had on my mind at the beginning of this year when sort of presenting the outlook for resale housing in the GTA, because of that uncertainty, because of the fact that we haven't seen as much of improvement in affordability as we may have liked. We're definitely trending in terms of sales at the bottom end of the forecast range that we had published earlier this year, sort of running in that sort of 5,000 to 7,000 sales a month range as we move through the first say 3 quarters of 2025. Now, there has been a bit of a silver lining when you think about the housing market, though, is that while sales have been down, we have seen a substantial uptick in listings over the last couple of years. And so if you think about the relationship between demand and supply, the relationship between sales and listings, that ratio has trended lower, and you see that orange line on this chart. And so what that means, for someone who is active in the housing market today, for households that are looking to purchase, they feel confident in their current economic situation, they have had a lot more negotiating power compared to what we were used to, say, in 2021 and the first part of 2022. And so they've been able to negotiate, average selling prices downwards over the last couple of years. And that has helped from an affordability perspective. And on top of that, obviously, we've seen, interest rates trending lower and including the Bank of Canada's announcement last week. Sorry. And so again, because of that, because of more choice in the marketplace, because of more negotiating power on the part of consumers, then we have seen the average selling price trending at the lower end of that forecast band that we published at the beginning of this year as well. Not really a surprise. I know your panel that I heard the end of when I came on this afternoon. We've seen a similar story unfold in the rental market as well. Where we continue to see strong demand for rental housing, but we've actually seen more in the way of inventory. And so again, renters have had a similar amount of negotiating power as well. So why haven't we seen more in the way of home sales? I mean, with affordability has improved dramatically, and this chart kind of bears that out. If you look at sort of the household income that would have been required to qualify for a mortgage on $1 million home, with 20% down at the peak of the Bank of Canada's tightening cycle, that required income was over $200,000. And, that's a tough nut to crack when the average homeowner income in the GTA household income is more in that sort of 150 to 160,000 range. And so we're getting there. Right, we're getting to the point where an average household could afford the average monthly payments on $1 million home, but we're not quite there yet. And I think when we see 1 or 2 more cuts on the part of the Bank of Canada, that'll help. We're also going to obviously need to see a bit of an improvement in consumer confidence as well, a little more confidence that where we're going to stand with our major trading partner south of the border. The good news is, though, is that the Bank of Canada, I think does have license for further cuts. If you think about, whether you're talking about headline inflation there in green, or the core measure that the Bank of Canada is also looking at, stripping out some of the volatility in consumer prices, both of, definitely flatlined within the Bank of Canada's range. And so I think, they're certainly comfortable, or more comfortable at least, making the cut that they did last week. I think depending on, what the economic news holds over the next couple of months, I think it makes sense to, make another cut as we move towards the end of this year, and that would certainly help from an affordability perspective. So then, if we do see a further improvement in affordability and we do see an uptick in consumer confidence, and ultimately we will, what's the pool of buyers? And we often talk a lot about sort of pent-up demand, and pent-up demand has been building. I mentioned Ipsos earlier, and one of the things we ask at the end of each year, in anticipation of releasing our latest outlook, is, are you intending on purchasing a home at some point in the future? And there's a lot of people out there saying, look, I have every intention on purchasing a home in the GTA or the surrounding Greater Golden Horseshoe. I just need to see a little bit more relief from an affordability standpoint, or I just need a little bit more certainty on where we're headed from an economic perspective. And so the number of those people that are intending on buying but just need to see a little bit of improvement in confidence or an improvement in affordability, number of those people has been growing. And all I'm doing here is I'm saying, if you look at population growth, you look at per capita growth in population, and compare that to actual home sales, that kind of gives you a sense as to how that pent-up demand has been growing. And so as people start to move off the sidelines and back into the market, it's realistic that we'd start to see an uptick in home sales, and potentially as we move through 2026, we could be seeing numbers approaching that sort of 80,000 mark, which we haven't seen in a number of years. Certainly not back to what we saw in 2021 and the first part of 2022, but an improvement nonetheless, and would be on the back of lower average monthly payments relative to income, and a little bit more certainty in the economy. So initially, though, as we see people move off the sidelines and back into the resale market, they're going to have a lot of inventory to choose from. So it's going to take a while to, unwind all of the active inventory we're reporting on at the end of each month. And this, for example, just shows, active listings at the end of August for the last 15 years or so. And we see that, it's on, all home types, whether you're looking at, traditional single family homes, or whether you're looking at condominium apartments, certainly inventories are elevated. And so people will continue to benefit from that from a negotiation perspective for the foreseeable future. And that also impacts then the new home market, right? Because historically, when you look at, the new home market vis-a-vis resale, there's been a strong correlation. And so the blue line is just that sales to new listings ratio again. And so when market conditions are tight, like we saw, say, 2020 and 2021, a couple things are going on there. Number one, we're seeing strong price growth in the resale market. So that's a signal to investors that, in the months or years ahead, you're going to see an increase in home prices. And that could obviously benefit their investment if they're purchasing a unit off of plans at a pre-construction sales center. Number two, if you're thinking about end users, well, obviously it's getting harder and harder to negotiate a deal in the resale market. And so you start to see more activity at pre-construction sales centers for people that are looking to buy a home and move into it at some point down the road. The opposite has obviously been true over the last, say, 2 to 3 years, where there's been a lot of slack in the resale market. And so obviously people aren't visiting sales centers in as great a numbers, and that's obviously provided a signal then to would-be home builders saying, hey, some of these projects that we have on the books, we're going to put these on hold until we see the potential for more sales down the road. And obviously then, it's starting to impact home construction. I mean, if you see the number of units under construction today, still high from a historic perspective, but off the peaks that we were seeing, say 2023 and 2024. We were talking about rental a little bit earlier, before my presentation, and we have seen an uptick in purpose-built rental construction, and so that's mitigated things to a certain degree. But by and large, we're not benefiting from as much home construction and the economic impact associated with that as we were in previous years. And it's important. And I spoke at the outset of my presentation, how important the housing market is for the overall economy, and especially when we're looking for sectors of the economy that could mitigate, those sectors that are, having issues with trade disputes and what have you. And in the resale market, it's been estimated that, $70,000 accrues to the economy in spin-off expenditure for every resale home that's sold. And so obviously billions of dollars in spin-offs impact the economy. And we haven't seen as many home sales over the last few years. And so obviously, that's been an issue. And when we do see an uptick in new home sales and ultimately new starts, it'll be important because, again, if you look at goods production and you look at sort of imports of the share of that production, you see that traditional manufacturing actually has a higher component of imports going into goods production versus construction. So not only is construction a strong driver of the economy generally, but the regional impact in terms of local or regional inputs into that production is higher than some other goods production sectors. So that's always important to remember. And where I'll leave it, and I think, again, as I mentioned in my introduction, whether you're talking about the federal government, the provincial government, or the local level, I think everyone's on the same page that housing is important. From a supply perspective, housing people perspective, in the years ahead, but it's also very important in terms of mitigating the impact on other sectors due to trade issues and what have you. So I'll leave it there, and turn it back to Andrew, and I'm certainly happy to answer questions if you have them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, that was a wonderful presentation, both in the content that you provided, but it's nice to have about 10 minutes for questions. So thank you very much for that. So
Great.
We're going to go through a couple here. The first one, nobody's talked about it recently, but there's a lot of people that still think it's a really big issue. And so I'm specifically talking about the stress test with the banks.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts there? Is it time for it to go away now?
Well, I think certainly, and I've always said that there should be some sort of cyclical management of the stress test. And so when you're in a high interest rate environment or higher interest rate environment, then perhaps the stress test doesn't need to be applied in the same way as it would be when the overnight rate's sitting at a quarter of a point. And obviously we haven't had that, so certainly that's having an impact. I mean, if I'm someone that's sort of right on the margin of affordability right now, which more and more people are as affordability has improved, we might have seen more of an impact in terms of home sales in the marketplace already this year. But obviously, if you're having to overcome that additional hurdle, it's sort of one more thing that's keeping people on the sidelines and keeping the market with a lot of slack in it. So obviously that feeds through into the new home side as well.
And then just to expand it on taxation, in the spring, we heard from the federal government on an HST cut for first-time home buyers. There's been some discussion through the premier and through the minister who is going to come up later. What are your thoughts on HST? What impact would it be on the market, I guess is the question.
I think, the bottom line right now, I mean, there's an affordability issue by and large. And so, if the HST cuts comes online and that feeds through as savings for, the end consumer, I think it makes sense from an affordability perspective, because again, I think people are looking for, any kind of relief they can get. We've seen a pretty strong or drastic improvement in affordability. As the one slide I had showed, we've gone from over $200,000 required income to purchase $1 million home, down to a little bit more than 150. Yet we haven't seen a heck of a lot of movement in terms of home sales. So I think there's a lot of people out there again that really want to purchase a home, and any kind of relief they can get will help them move towards that goal over the next year.
We got another question in on foreign buyers. And so obviously over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of developments there.
Yeah.
Is it time for changes to that again, or what are your thoughts on foreign buyers?
Well, I think, if you think about how we've built new homes over the last, couple of decades, certainly investment has been important. Just in terms of, requiring those pre-construction sales, requiring those insured deposits in order to get construction financing, it's been important because, we've needed that sort of wholesale role, right? That role of someone willing to take on that risk and essentially maybe warehousing units until they're ready for occupancy, whether they're rented out or whether they're sold to someone who wants to buy it and live in it. So I think it's always important to look at where you are in the housing cycle and what you're trying to preclude. I think from a foreign buyer perspective, there are opportunities in other segments of the residential space, whether you're talking about small rental or what have you, but definitely in that sort of retail residential space, that would have hampered interest on the pre-construction side for sure. Notwithstanding the fact that we haven't seen much or anything in the way of price growth over the last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, and so I guess in some ways it becomes a stream for direct investment kind of thing into the sector.
Yeah, and like again, I mean, investors sometimes are painted with a bad brush, but I mean, we wouldn't seen the economic activity we have over the past number of years, but for investors sort of taking on that intermediary risk.
And a theme that's been coming up throughout the day, and so the quote here was 85% of Canadians live paycheck to paycheck. I don't know the exact number, that's what was given.
Yeah.
And really it's getting into affordability. Do you think it's going to get better? And how do we help people who are living paycheck to paycheck, find some kind of housing? Because obviously that's going to be very challenging.
Yeah, and I think we see it again, like in the fact that we have seen a pretty substantial improvement in affordability just from a monthly payment perspective. Yet, it hasn't resulted in a marked uptick in home sales, despite the negotiating power that the people have today. And I think it does speak to the fact that the average household has a lot of different obligations vis-a-vis the paychecks that are coming in, and so I agree that every little bit helps. And I think when you look at the improvements we've seen and it hasn't resulted in a drastic increase in sales, that suggests that people really do have a set sort of dollar amount in mind that they can afford to put towards housing. And for a lot of households, we're not there yet.
Yeah, and bring it back to the role of municipalities. The question here is about additional dwelling units and the length of time on permits, different things. I know that a lot of municipalities have been looking at how to boost supply, but oftentimes the changes that they're making haven't really seen a huge increase in ADUs or whatever you want to call them. Any thoughts at the municipal level or how we can? I'll just stop it there. Any thoughts at the municipal level?
I mean, maybe I'll broaden the scope a little bit. I mean, one of my concerns has been, with all the inventory we're seeing in the resale market, that policymakers might take their foot off the gas a little bit when they're thinking about housing supply. But when you look at those pre-construction sales numbers and where they've gone over the last couple of years, there's going to come a time, right, where the market's going to tighten up. We're going to absorb the inventory we have, and all of a sudden we're going to reach that point where the lack of new home sales today turns into a lack of inventory tomorrow. And if we don't have new projects in the pipeline, if we haven't done a good job getting approvals for projects that we need for future population growth, then we're going to get back into that vicious circle, where markets are tightening up. We're starting to see double-digit growth in prices again, and we're going to say, hey, we're going to be back to the same old narrative where we didn't keep up. We didn't do a good job accounting for population growth, and look where we are. And so, again, don't look at the short term in terms of where we are in terms of inventory today. Think about, where we could be 3 and 4 years from now, if we're not getting some projects on the books.
And that kind of brings up the idea of maybe something that used to be was a starter home. And I think when you look at the city of Toronto and you look at the land transfer taxes and the fact that you can easily, lose $100,000 in a transaction going from one house to the next. So you're seeing a lot of, substantial renovations and really a loss of starter homes. You're touching on it, but can you talk to kind of that trend, right?
Yeah, and I think it's true, especially when you're thinking about, a diversity of housing types within a neighborhood. And we've talked a lot about the missing middle and everything else to maybe fill that gap. But, I think as, people were reticent to move, maybe because of land transfer tax, maybe just because of the overall cost of moving, we have seen more renovations. And obviously it's good from an economic impact perspective. It's a segment of the construction industry. And so from that perspective, it's good, but it does change the stock forever, right? So what used to be, say, an entry-level semi or detached home in a neighborhood, if you've added another 1,000 square feet or 1,500 square feet, now that house has changed forever. It's now, when it eventually does reach the market, it's going to be focused on a different buyer group and really a smaller slice of the pie, because the value is just greater. So I think it is important, through that lens to, continue to think about that missing middle, that sort of diversity of home types. And we're seeing more of it. Like if you go along a lot of these sort of designated avenues within the city of Toronto, for example, you're seeing more towns and stacked towns, and they're not cheap by any means. They're still expensive, but they're less expensive than what you see in some of these traditional neighborhoods. So again, it allows people to move through that housing continuum and perhaps vacate more affordable types so people can sort of move up the spectrum.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And then we've got time for one last question. And so I'll give you two tough ones and see which one you want to tackle. So
Sure.
One person wants to talk about realtor fees, and the other person is looking at some of the subsidies in the auto sector and saying, well, should we be getting some of this in construction? Because on a relative basis, we employ a heck of a lot more people than they do. Not that I'm ever advocating to pick or choose. I'm just trying to ask the questions that are in the question box. So.
Yeah. Well, you choose.
No, your choice, whichever one you want to tackle.
Yeah, well, I mean, from a realtor fees perspective, I mean, TREB's agnostic. And so, we have a lot of different brokerages that subscribe to a lot of different business models, and certainly, fees are negotiable. And so, that would be my answer around fees. From the perspective of, one sector versus another, I certainly do believe that whether we're talking about the economic impacts associated with, resale housing, and I talked about that a little earlier, about 70 grand on average per home sale accrues to the economy across a number of different sectors. So billions of dollars in spin-offs, jobs, government revenue. And the same thing applies when you're talking about home construction. And a lot of the inputs to home construction are regionally sourced. And so the spin-offs to, other segments of the economy locally and related jobs, I think is really important. So certainly, from a TREB perspective, we're always interested in programs that support, the housing market and the facilitation of more housing supply for sure.
Well, and I think at the end of the day, we're looking for a healthy economy, because that's kind of what raises all ships at the same time. So with that, though, we are out of time. We really do appreciate your continued support on the summit. Again, another great presentation, and I am going to welcome Dr. Michael Moffatt back. And maybe it's very fitting because, the whole talk about the missing middle, and certainly something that Professor Moffatt has done a lot on. So we'll bring back Mike, and he's going to have the pleasure of introducing the minister.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Thank you for allowing the London guy to talk to the member of provincial parliament for Elgin, Middlesex, London. So I'd like to introduce Minister Rob Black. Rob is a lifelong businessman and farmer who has served as Premier Ford's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing since March 19th, 2025. He previously served as the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness and as Associate Minister of Housing. He was first elected to the Legislative Assembly of Ontario as the MPP, again for Elgin, Middlesex, London, my hometown, on June 2nd, 2022, and was re-elected on February 27th, 2025. He began his business career with Masterfeeds Inc. as a sales trainee and became its president and CEO in 1993, retiring in 2022 after almost 43 years of service. He grew the company from being a primarily Ontario-based business to a national nutrition company with significant operations in Ontario, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and British Columbia. He has received the Golden Award from the Animal Nutrition Association of Canada for his industry leadership and service. And to be respectful of the minister's time, I'm going to just jump right into it and ask him about Bill 17.
I'd move on from all that good stuff, Mike.
You'll move on from all that.
I'm Rob, and I'm here to talk to RESCON Summit number 5. So there you go.
Well, fantastic. We are so delighted to have you here. And let's just jump right into Bill 17. It's introduced new tools to help municipalities meet their housing goals. How do you see this legislation helping to move the needle on getting more homes built?
Well, thank you, Mike. And let me begin by welcoming everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this summit. I'll start off by saying I think we all agree. I was listening to your panelists before. It takes too long and it costs too much to get housing built today. And we can talk about all the reasons why. And I'll also say that while it takes too long and it costs too much, we can have the debate about this, but I personally believe it's not government's role to be in the business of building housing. I think there's people there that in the industry that do a really good job, many members from RESCON, et cetera. Our job primarily is to create the conditions for people to succeed. And you have to always be nimble in anything you do to ensure that when you do that, you're hitting the high notes of the market or low notes as they may be. So starting off at that point. So we introduced Bill 17 back in the first session after the election in February. And primary, there's many moving parts, but the primary parts are, again, creating these conditions. So first of all, we've deferred DCs until occupancy. Mississauga, Vaughan are examples where that was working. We took that model, we took that example and expanded it, and it's not the be all and end all, but I think it's good because it improves cash flow for the builders, that they're not having to pay upfront DCs, so they can get shovels in the ground faster and get building more. We also eliminated DCs on long-term care homes, which we know is an important segment of our housing continuum and growing and need more LTC spaces up to 40,000. And I can tell you, I've approved a few MZOs of late that are certainly going to put a dent into that number. We also came across with the building code, where code is king. When I walked into my office the first day, I saw 2 binders, and recently I weighed them, combined they're 13 pounds, and that was the building code. And then I learned pretty quickly that the building code isn't just a building code with 444 municipalities across the province. Not all, but many have their own iteration of what it is and why it should be. And so what we've done is said, no, the code is king. Can we improve on the code? Can we add, make improvements, streamline it, make it more effective? Always. But adding extras per municipality is a game changer. We need to lower the costs, and part of those costs by the time it takes the building permit. So the code is king. So that was a big one. Another big one was studies. Again, all municipalities, some of the 444 sometimes have their own study iterations, whether they're shade studies, sun studies, ice cream bar studies. I'm being facetious, but there's too many studies. And again, it's prohibitive to get shovels in the ground. And when you compare jurisdictions like BC or in the States, where it takes weeks or months in those jurisdictions to get building permits, it can take months, but it really takes years in Ontario, and that has to change. So Bill 17, again, was to create the environment, the conditions for people who do what they do best, and that's build, get the shovels in the ground faster. And I might point out that AMO supported this bill, OHBA supported it, RESCON supported it, Bill supported it. So not often you get everyone singing from the same song sheet, so that was encouraging. So Mike, in a nutshell, that's what Bill 17 is creating those conditions to get housing built faster.
Well, that's fantastic. And I have to apologize. I was so eager to ask you about Bill 17. I forgot that you had a presentation to give us.
No, it's fine. If you want to do it this way.
No, I'm happy to. If you want to walk through the presentation.
No, don't let me. I'll just give some opening remarks and happy to go to the questions. Like there's, I'll start off by saying, I'll tell the anecdote first. And I was hearing about starter homes, and it got me thinking, and if those of you heard me in my comments before say this, no problem. but I think it's worth repeating. So I graduated from the University of Guelph, and shortly thereafter, I said, you know, our goal was, as a young guy, most people buy your own house, right? That's the first thing you invest in. You can build equity. You know, it's avoids capital gains down the road. We grew up, you got to own a piece of something. You got to have a home. So I bought a home in Guelph. It was a lot, 40 foot wide, about 80 feet long. I think I was a third buyer. So it was a brick house, nice house, no garage, no hardwood, no granite, no trim, no, just basic linoleum, and nice grade carpet, nice windows. I paid $54,000 for it, no garage, $54,000. I was making $30,000 a year as a territory manager, sales manager with master fees, plus a company car. And I had $16,000 down. So I'd done well through university. I'd made some money working through the summers, didn't spend a lot, saved a lot. So the bottom line was I had a really healthy down payment. The kicker was interest rates were 19%. Now they fell quickly. I took out an open mortgage, started off at about 12.5, but they were 19 when I put the offer in. When I closed, they dropped. I thought I died and gone to heaven. And so the rest, they say, is history. I paid it off quickly and then moved to Guelph or moved to London, where I got promoted and transferred. And anyways, so I've been in the housing game there too. But the point I want to make is today, that house, when you talk to Mayor Guthrie, is worth $1 million. $1 million. So if you take my $30,000 back in 1983 and prorate to what really that salary is today, I'm figuring it's about 85,000, maybe a little bit more. But the point is, with $16,000 down, I almost had what, 40%, 35, 40% of the purchase price there. The math doesn't work today, and interest rates are 5%. So when I asked the developer in Guelph about a month ago, what was that lot worth back when I bought it, when the house was built, probably in the late 70s, he said $22,000. Today, that lot is worth $450,000. So it's gotten out of control. Now we can talk about all the reasons why, but you know, when I bought that house, there wasn't a land transfer tax. DCs didn't exist. And Mike, you can come up with all the things, and you talk to builders in Toronto, they'll tell you that anywhere from 30 to 50% of a new home is built on HST, is built on DCs, is built on land transfer taxes, other costs it does to do studies, et cetera, et cetera. We've just gotten way ahead of our skis in terms of the cost of building, and we got to rein that in. So again, that's what Bill 17 is really about. And then when you think back, I always tell the story, when I was in high school, the population of this province was half what it is today. So the demand is there. And while some would argue supply isn't there, I think the supply is there. It's just in the wrong place. And most of it's in Toronto with massive condo builds and no one filling them. So it's that missing middle, and it's tough, but somehow, some way, we got to lower those costs. And what we can do is lower the time it takes to get a building permit. We've got to be competitive. Today, we're not. And hopefully create some incentives to get builders to get on with the job that they do best.
Well, and I think so many of us have this story. I mean, I bought my first home in London, single detached home, 2004, for $168,000. You certainly can't do that anymore, not even in St. Thomas, where Mayor Preston tells me you get 25% more for your money. So on that focus of reducing costs and helping home buyers, how do you see the role of Bill 17 on clarifying the municipal roles of green standards, or eliminating the municipal ability to put on bespoke green standards like we saw in Toronto and Mississauga?
Well, with Bill 17, as I think everyone knows, and I'm learning because I spent my life in business not creating legislation, so learning the process. With the legislation then comes the regulations. So I just want to make sure municipalities don't, I call it the rabbit holes, they find ways to get around the legislation. So we're going to come up with, I think, some effective and strong regulations to ensure that they can't do that. And Mike, you'd know better than me. I'm told the green standards of Toronto can add $60,000 to $70,000 per house. And if that's the case, that's like a DC in itself. Again, to tie in affordability and uncertainty. And I think uncertainty is really what's hurting the market the most today. When it comes to these studies and these standards, we have to lower the costs. And not saying that we get rid of the building code totally, not saying we do zero studies, but every municipality, I think, uses them at times to be NIMBYs. And I'll just lay it out there. So yes, I'm in Oakville today, and we had a Building Faster Fund announcement. They did a great job. 134% of the target, got $13.2 million. Yet there's people there. They've got a transit station downtown. They don't want transit-oriented communities. They don't want that high-rise living here in the town of Oakville. And by the way, don't ever call it the city of Oakville. It's the town of Oakville. So I come from an ag background. I don't like to see some of our best land used up for housing. I know it's the easiest place to go and build it. So infilling to me at times makes sense, although you get inside cities and people don't want that type of housing. So it's, we're a province now of 16 million people, and we continue to grow. We've not been able to digest that population growth, but at the same time, we have to get homes built, and homes built faster.
So part of a two-part question here. We have a federal budget coming up November 4th. So I'm wondering, first of all, what are your expectations or what are the province's expectations for housing in that budget? And I know recently you had a conversation with Minister Robertson at the FPT meetings. Any kind of insight on the federal government's thinking and how they're planning on working with the province?
Yeah, it was a good first summit or FPT meeting, federal, provincial, territorial meeting, first minister's meeting. And I'd met Minister Robertson before when we had a meeting in St. John, New Brunswick, and I wouldn't say I've got to know him well, much better after Vancouver, and got to know my fellow ministers around the table. Three things come to mind from the summit. Number one, nobody talked about not market housing. I mean, no other government, which was kind of a shocker to me. I did. But again, every province is unique, but I think we are very unique because of our population growth, the way our province is laid out, the manufacturing sector, the affordability factor. I can go on, but nobody talked about market housing. They wanted to talk about affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, social housing, which is obviously a very important part of our housing continuum, which we did. And we spent a lot of time on building Canada homes. I always want to say Canada builds homes. Building Canada homes just doesn't add up to me in terms of grammatical correctness, but BCH talked a lot about that. Got to know the minister better. Certainly made my case that during an election, they made a promise to reduce the HST for first-time home buyers on new construction and make municipalities whole when it comes to DCs. Now, respectfully, I'm not sure how they're going to do that on the DC front. On the HST front, that wasn't even talked about, even though every time I had a chance to communicate, I brought it up. So a promise made is a promise kept, and that's something we're going to continue to hold them accountable for. But it was good. I think overall, the different provinces have different challenges, and I certainly did my best to make sure that they heard loud and clear what ours are. I become the chair in January of the co-chair along with Minister Robertson. So maybe Mike, you can help me figure out a good agenda item or two or three this coming year when we hold it, wherever we hold it, having our FPT meeting in Ontario.
Well, the door's always open. I'm happy to help out the feds, and anybody from London or that area, southwestern Ontario. I'm always happy to help. So recently, and I'm going to do a dangerous thing here, and I'm not trying to use your words against you, but I am going to quote you here. And this is going to be the final question I ask, to be respectful of your time. So you recently stated that we have seen the housing market come to a standstill, and you added that potential new home buyers have hit the pause button. Now, you were in Oakville today with a Building Faster Fund announcement, and recently you referenced possible changes to the Building Faster Fund. Can you give us a preview or a little spoilers about what changes might we be expecting to see to that initiative?
Okay, so I'll end with that. But when I say the pause button, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Number one, the uncertainty because of Trump down below has really caused, I believe, not just the housing market, but our economy to hit a pause button. People are nervous. Look around Cami as an example, Mike. They laid people off. They closed the plant for a couple of months, and now it's indefinite. So if people were thinking of upgrading or renovating or buying a new home, that hits the pause button. HST, we've not heard if the government's going to do that. The feds are going to do that. Interest rates, I heard talk of interest rates. And I find it amazing that that can move the needle. But especially when I bought my first home at 19 and then 12 and what. So my father had a mortgage at 6%. I said, why don't you pay it off? He goes, because I can invest my money at 10 or 12 at the time. So it's just a different era altogether. And people are looking for the costs to go down. I have a lady that works for me in St. Thomas, great young family, husband, wife, both work. They both make about $180,000 combined. They have a 4-year-old daughter. They live in her parents' home, and they've got a healthy down payment to buy a house. Why have they not bought a house? Because she asked me, do you think the HST and PST or the HST is going to come off the price of a home? Do you think that interest rates are going to come down? So she's paused, right? She's waiting. She's going to do it. She's going to pull the trigger, but they're waiting until they think they've got the right market conditions. So when it comes down to the Building Faster Fund, remember what the purpose was. It was to provide infrastructure dollars to municipalities that hit their targets or exceed them. 80% of their targets or above to get needed infrastructure in the ground. And I will still say that the number one challenge we have to getting homes built now and in the future is the need for infrastructure investment. Water, wastewater, roads, schools, whatever it may be. If you talk to the water and wastewater, I never get the name of the association, right? They say we have $160 billion to spend, to invest in Ontario in aging infrastructure and new infrastructure with regards to home housing in the next 10 to 15 years. So I sit back and go, no one can raise enough DCs, raise enough taxes to pay for that infrastructure. So the Premier announced at AMO that we're adding another $1.6 billion to the Housing Enabling Infrastructure Fund, taking it to now $4 billion. And we have $1.2 billion allocated over 3 years. We're in the last year of the Building Faster Fund. So do I have a complete program yet? No, I don't. I've ensured the big city mayors and other municipalities who consult with them in a thorough way first. But coming from business, I want to be able to hold, like some of the municipalities, to be blunt, think it should be based on building permits. So my argument, even to my good friend Josh Morgan in London, is, well, Josh, building permits aren't roofs over people's heads. So I still want to see results. I want to see homes built, but I think we need to measure what municipalities can do to create those conditions to get the homes built. So is it speeding up the time to get a building permit from 2 years to 8 months? I don't know. It's an idea, or whatever it may be, reducing the studies, coming up with framework and accountability measurements, something that's quantifiable to ensure that those conditions are met. So again, don't have any actual program in place yet, but understand it'll be based on performance. Still, we want to see roofs over people's heads, but the criteria will change.
Well, that's fantastic, and I love that even without a full plan, you've given us some kind of teasers about your thinking here. I really appreciate you sharing your insights and thoughts with us today.
Great. Well, look, I appreciate your time and attention, and enjoy. Are you having this again tomorrow, or is it just today?
I think we're just doing
Wrapping.
this today, but
Good.
you know, these conversations are ongoing. I don't think I don't think housing as an issue is going away anytime soon. So look forward to
It
future
isn't for sure.
conversations.
All the very best, folks, and thanks for your time and attention. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Well, Mike,
Hello.
how's it going?
Not too bad. Long day, but happy to be here, and been a busy week. You and I released a report this week.
I know. I wanted to talk to you about that and give you an opportunity maybe to break down on the methodologies. Yeah, I was just going to talk a little bit about why we did it. I mean, you know, we've been at RESCON on these housing and infrastructure issues in a meaningful way, you know, paying for reports and commissioning studies since 2010. We've seen this coming. And of course, the summit that we have, fifth year now, we set it up because we knew we were going to have to track this thing year after year and sort of say, okay, where are we now? And now we've got our report, which is going to be a quarterly report, because we realized, you know, we had lagging data, and so many people just did not understand the severity of what's happening in Ontario. And certainly, you know, compared to, say, Alberta, you know, where they're producing 3 times the amount of housing that we are per capita, and they've got lower taxes. They've got a much faster process, and they seem to have an alignment of purpose there. You know, the minister talked about how important having affordable, relatively speaking, affordable housing is out there, and they're putting their money where their mouth is. And I thought it was really interesting what he had to say about municipalities. Like, you know, get the job done, or guess what? You're working for us, and taking that approach. So this report, the first one we've come out with, which was timely, needless to say, and we've got 34 municipalities in there. We got 2 A's, 2 B's, and 3 C's. So it's not exactly a stellar record, given, you know, we keep having these repeated announcements, these sort of media events where checks are being handed out for accelerator funds and all this stuff, and we're actually going in the wrong direction. So anyways, I was going to ask you to talk about the report and the methodology, your thoughts, why we did it, how, you know, some of the numbers there. And I've told people that we're going to do this every quarter, so things will get smoothed out, because some things were up and down. But anyways, take it away, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we often hear about housing at kind of a big granular level. So we wanted to look at what was happening in each municipality. And, you know, it's not that we're necessarily grading the municipal councils, because there's a lot of different things going on. But we looked at we graded municipalities based on 5 factors. The first 3 are housing starts, and we looked at apartment condos, apartment purpose-built rentals, and then all forms of ground-oriented housing. So every townhouses and single detached and so on. And those numbers are largely publicly available. But the thing with a housing start is it's a lagging indicator. The CMHC only considers something a housing start when the foundation has reached grade. So if you have an apartment building with like a 7, you know, a multi-story parking garage in the basement, you know, actual construction may have started, you know, 2 years earlier. So we think it's also important to look at pre-construction sales, and we look at 2 categories. We got some data from Altus Group, looking at condo pre-construction sales and ground-oriented pre-construction sales. And those are much, much lower. Condo pre-construction is down about 90% across the GTA, Great Golden Horseshoe, relative to the last 4 years. But ground-oriented is also down about 70%. And part of what we wanted to do is show people that, yes, we have an issue with the City of Toronto and condos, but it's not just a Toronto issue, and it's not just a condo issue. We are seeing this decline across the region in all housing forms. And because the starts number, or the sales numbers, are worse than the starts numbers, it means that things are going to get worse before they get better.
Yeah, and we're certainly seeing that. It's one thing. It's almost a little surreal. It's like you kind of think, hey, what kind of world am I living in? Because up in where our office is kind of an epicenter for construction, and we see it every day. On the street, so to speak, about what's not happening and how many people are, being laid off. I talk to builders. It's a pretty negative environment. Then I think about this stuff, and I think, you know what? When I think about the last big correction in the early 90s, we did not have the taxes, fees, and levies that we have now. We did not have the red tape that we have now, or the process, or the lack of, our inability to adapt new methods and new technologies and things like that. There are things happening there, but not at a systemic level, and we've seen that in other jurisdictions, and we've traveled to other jurisdictions. RESCON looking at, okay, who's doing what the best. And then we come back here and we go, well, why can't we do this? It's sort of, it's almost kind of painful, but we do have if we had the right alignment and will to change, we could do this. But of course, you got to measure success, right? And things were not being measured properly. So, I think that this report going forward is going to be very important, and I think it will. We got a tremendous amount of media on it, which is good. We got some good attention on it, and it's something that people can understand. Everybody understands an F. Now, maybe not in every. I was talking to one mayor who said, "Hey, I got an F, and the municipality next to me got an F, but we're doing better than they are." And I said, well, just, give it some time. We'll smooth it out and, or it will get smoothed out. So, but the one thing that is quite apparent and was talked about today is that, I think it was on the panel about, doesn't matter what we do now, we're going to be taking a beating. And the worst thing is that a lot of really good people are going to be taking a beating. They're going to be losing their jobs, and it's already happening. So we need to turn this around fast enough. So I don't know what you think about. Is there anything else that you think we can do with this report, or other steps we could take to try to really raise this profile and raise the fact that, like as Marlon said, 35% taxes on new housing. The minister acknowledged it. And I really like our minister, by the way. And the Ontario political environment is a little more complicated than Alberta. And I get that. But what do you think? What do you think we need to do now?
Well, I think the first step is just getting policymakers to understand that there's a problem. They're not going to solve a problem if they don't know it exists. So we have to get them understanding that this is not just a downtown Toronto condo issue. That is an issue, but it's one of many issues. One of the things that we looked at is that reduction in employment. And we found that in the first 6 months of the year, the number of jobs associated with housing is down 25,000 person years across this region. So, if this pace continues, that's 50,000 jobs that are going to be lost relative to 21-24. So that's a massive issue. So I think we have to keep plugging away at this, and get policymakers also understanding that resale homes compete with new homes. And if we can't get the cost of new homes down, then nothing's ever going to get built. So we need to be able to make new homes competitive. So I think the more we can have summits like this, conversations like this, where we have the data, we can agree on the data, we can agree on the problems, then we can begin to solve it.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I agree, and just one thing that really, with Minister Flack said, I guess the one of what he was talking about, it was waiting for that tax, is the sales tax going to come down? I know the federal government came out with a break for first-time home buyers, and then it wasn't adopted provincially, and that was back in May. It just seems to me that it takes so long to get things done here. And I think that by itself, and one can argue about, well, how important is first-time home buyers? The last numbers I saw, that was potentially 39% of the market. And if you've got a big chunk of the potential market there waiting for something, that's a problem. And then, you know, and it's pretty big. Those are huge numbers. In fact, I've always liked to say that a down payment today is basically the increase in development charges, which is a consumer's tax, in my view, and sales taxes in just over 10 years today. So, and I, you know, my thinking right now is I think the tax situation is really our number one priority issue. We just got to really focus on that and drill into it. So
I couldn't agree more. You know, the minister said it, that there was no development charges when he bought his home in Guelph. When I bought mine in London, it was less than $5,000, and now, you know, it's about 10 times that. And I couldn't agree more. It's this lack of urgency, and people are on the sidelines. They think, you know, incentives are coming. They're going to wait for those incentives.
They're going to wait for it. And,
so
and DC's became a runaway train. You know, there was sort of unfettered. And then the people who it affects the most are the first-time home buyers and renters who don't have political clout. And so and nobody was really paying attention. Nobody was on the bridge of the ship, right? So we got to do that. In terms of any improvements to the report, I think it's been well received. Nobody. I mean, there's some quibbling around the edges, but no one's really saying no, it's wrong. And certainly numbers don't lie. Any further sort of ideas you might have? And I know we're gonna be talking about this, but in terms of what we might add to it or modify.
Yeah, I think it's gone really well. You know, I think that when people are arguing that, you know, I'm a prof, and I know, you know, people say, I wanted a 52% on this, and you only gave me a 48%. I'm going, well, either way, it's still a fail. So, you know, we'll look a little closer at the methodology. I think we could maybe strengthen up a little bit the sort of understanding of the jobs point. But, you know, I couldn't be happier with how this went, you know, in our partnership with RESCON. And a big shout out to Jesse Helmer on my team, who did all the number crunching on this and really pulled it together. And again, this is all about the sense of urgency. And speaking of which, I'm getting a text from your staff on the sense of urgency that you and I need to exit stage.
Okay.
Hey, well, so I'll give you the last word, Richard.
Okay. Well, look, hey, thank you and safe travels. I know you're going to Europe, and as I mentioned, we're going to be in Germany in about 3 weeks, looking at the you know, what the future looks like for offsite construction, because they're about 10, 20 years ahead of us. But anyways, thank you, Mike. I want to thank everybody that stuck with us today. I think it was a very good day. We had some fantastic presentations. You know, both ministers. I think we can share the minister's presentation. We'll put it somehow, fit it in so it's available. But I think the Q&A was better, and the ministers. You know, as I said, I'm a big fan of Minister Flack, and of course Minister Williams from Alberta, and all of our other speakers. And I'll thank the team too, the RESCON team, for putting this on, and our sponsors that are noted across the top of the page there. And please, any feedback you have is welcome, because like the quarterly report we're coming out with now, this one too, we're trying to improve it as time goes on and reflect some of these. And we will be reflecting some of these presentations in our future newsletters and publications and highlighting some of them. So thank you. Have a great evening.
Thanks, everyone.